Hello everyone, this is Logan59XP here, and today we are here to try out Persona 5 X, which is for those of you that don't remember, because it's been a while since this game was first announced, this is the Chinese mobile spin-off game that was announced in 2021 under the name Codename X. And they didn't say it was Persona, but we could all tell it was Persona, because you could see EY's shop, and the artwork for one of the characters was clearly Soejima, or at least Persona inspired. Like, it was clearly a Persona tie-in. And then, of course, we found out later it was, and it was called Persona 5 X, The Phantom X. Well, technically Persona 5, The Phantom X, but everyone will just call it P5X. So that's why I'm going to call it, for the sake of this stream and basically all future cases, because there's no point saying that full tagline. It's kind of like back in 2020 when Strikers wasn't called Strikers, it was Scramble, because we didn't know the Western name was going to be different. So the full name in Japan for Strikers is Persona 5 Scramble the Phantom Strikers, but no one ever said that last Phantom Strikers part. They just said Scramble. Oh boy, I can't wait for them to finally announce Scramble for the West. Oh man, that was brutal. That was brutal, man. All of 2020 was just constantly like, come on, Atlus, just announce it already. It was genuinely really frustrating. And then when they were going to announce it, it got leaked beforehand, and the end stinger of, oh, there's also a Steam version that was clearly built into the trailer to get a big reaction at the Game Awards, because it was going to be at the Game Awards, was totally ruined and everything. But the game was great, though. If you haven't played Persona 5 Strikers, if you like Persona 5, you will like Strikers. It's basically a direct sequel. It's genuinely pretty good. With different gameplay, but the gameplay is really fun. Instead of turn-based, it's action-based, but it's really Persona-like, even though it's technically a Warriors game. It's not a spin-off, not in my mind. It's a full-blown... It's Persona 5 2 in all but name. You should play it if you haven't played it. But anyways, enough about that. So, this game came out in China, because again, this is a Chinese game. This game was developed by Blackwing Studios, I believe is their name. Published by Perfect World, both of them being Chinese companies. Although, of course, Atlus is involved, and I know Soejima designed the main character, Codename Wonder, and I believe they worked on some of the music, but most of the music, the vast majority, is done by Blackwing and their sound team. Although we did get Lin, they got Lin for a lot of the music, a lot of the vocal tracks, so that's pretty cool. They do have new vocal people as well, I know, on some of the later ones, but a good, like, at least 5 or 6 tracks have Lin in it, so you know it's a Persona 5 game when they got Lin involved, even for a Chinese mobile spin-off. But yeah, so it came out in China, I want to say like a year ago, and it's finally out here in both Japan and the West, so yeah, we're here to play it. So it is currently available on iOS, Android, and most importantly, PC via Steam. So that's, of course, how we're going to be playing this. The game on Steam says it has, quote, partial controller support. We'll see how that goes. I mean, it's not a big deal if I have to use a keyboard, but I'm one of those people who, if I play on PC, I'm playing on PC for the visual and graphics and frame rate boosts, not for the keyboard and mouse. I basically always use a controller if I can, with some rare exceptions. Like, obviously there are games where, like, you gotta use a keyboard and mouse. It'd be weird if you didn't. Like Planet Coaster. I think that game technically supports, I believe it technically does support controllers, but I could never imagine playing a game like that with a controller. It would just be wrong. It's not designed with a controller at all. But we'll see how deep it'll probably be fine. That partial thing is probably just for some, like, niche part of the game or something. I imagine the vast majority of the game you can use with a controller just fine, because, you know, it's a Persona 5 spin-off, and believe it or not, Persona 5 is a game that was designed with a controller in mind. But anyways, enough with the preamble, so let's go ahead and get into this. I have not booted it up at all yet. I got it right here, Persona 5 The Phantom X. This is one, like, minor nitpick that I've always found weird. This is not, like, Persona 5 and there's no space. And it's not just on the Steam page, it's like that on YouTube, it's like that on the website. Like, for some reason, with this game in particular, there's just no space right here, and I don't know why. But yeah, I haven't played a game on Steam in a while. See, here's my Steam library, I guess, for everyone that wants to look at it. Most of these are games from many years ago, back when I went on like a key binge, when I got a bunch of cheap keys, like back in like 2017, 2018. And with a couple of exceptions here and there, like obviously I have Persona 4 Gold in here when it came out on Steam before it came out on all the other platforms. So I have that on here. As you can see, I did a full playthrough. I actually did stream some of it back in the day on Twitch, but yeah, 93.7 hours. And I actually am very tempted to do a new playthrough of that, because it's been a while since my first playthrough, and obviously with Revival on the way, it's kind of reinvigorated my Persona interest, because Persona is a franchise that's definitely in the upper echelon of franchises for me. I think I can safely say that, at least as of right now, and it's been this way for like the last 5 years, I'd say at this point, Persona is the most important franchise to me that isn't a Nintendo franchise. So obviously Smash is at the top. And then I'd say basically after that, it's... Actually, after that, it might be Persona. Persona might be number 2. It's up there. It's up there. It's a top 3 for sure. It's a franchise that I completely fell down the rabbit hole with, and now I'm locked in. This is one of the franchises that I'm gonna be there for, like every release, basically. Although, for the last year or so, I kind of like put Persona on the back burner for a while, you know? Like, I think, basically I finished Tactica in like early 2024, and then I just took like a long break from the franchise where I wasn't really paying attention to it. I wasn't really playing any of the games. I wasn't watching videos, listening to the music. I was just kind of like, it was on the back burner. I focused on other things. But the announcement of Revival, for as short and nothing as it was, completely reinvigorated. Okay, now I got that Persona sparking me again. Now I'm watching a bunch of videos. I've been listening to the music a lot recently. And I've also finally started playing Reload, which I should have done forever ago, but I finally started playing Reload, and I'm enjoying that. And yeah, so this game coming out now is definitely perfect timing, now that I'm back in like a big Persona kind of mood here. But anyways, again, the preamble, I do this like all the time. I do this with like friends too, like with Dylan. Whenever I play like with him, just like you know, the two of us, we're not streaming, of just casually playing like Smash or Mario Kart or whatever we're playing, you know, I'll like talk for 30 minutes before we actually start playing the game. It's been like that for a long time. It's never been a problem or anything, but and I mention it like every time, like, oh boy, here's the thing where I talk for 30 minutes before we actually play the game, even though we can play the game and talk at the same time. Whatever. I'm doing it again here on stream, but at least on the stream I have an excuse, because this is a stream. I need to talk on a stream for it to be interesting, so at least I have more of an excuse with this. But anyways, okay, so again, I have not booted this up at all, so let's go ahead and actually, one small thing before we finally get into this proper. So, like I said, this is not made by Atlus. This is made by a Chinese studio, and most of the designs and music, most of the stuff in this game is from them. Again, there are a couple of exceptions. Again, Soejima designed Wonder, aka this guy, and I believe some of the Atlus composers worked on some of the soundtrack, but most of the soundtrack is in-house from the Chinese studio. Again, like I said, they got Lin to do some of the songs, which is cool. She also does the opening, which I have not seen the opening. I think I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen the whole thing, so we're going to see that for the very first time. That'll be kind of neat, because, of course, Persona openings are normally pretty good, no matter what the game may be. But yeah, so what's weird about this page, again, aside from the whole like Persona 5 doesn't have a space in it, is like the way that the game is like marketed is more so like it's P5, like the actual P5, like, you know, it's we're the Phantom Thieves, we steal your heart, even though they're not the Phantom Thieves, but whatever. Set in modern day Tokyo, you know, explore the dungeons and defeat enemy shadows. Like all of this stuff is just Persona 5. It's not like P5X specific. Like, you could copy paste this entire text and it would apply to like regular P5 or Royal. So this is a little weird in that respect, but whatever. It's a minor thing, it doesn't really matter much. Yeah, here's the whole thing about the partial controller support I mentioned. Kind of weird. Yeah, we'll be using an Xbox controller for this. Another thing, so this is a free-to-play game, obviously. Like I said, it's a Chinese, like, mobile game, essentially. Now, my plan is basically, let's see how far we can get without spending any money. That's essentially the goal. Now, I have not looked into this game beyond the very, very, very surface levels. Like, I've heard some of the music, and that's about, and like I've seen like a little bit of gameplay here and there, but I haven't like watched any like, you know, Persona 5X, like, is it actually good, or like I haven't watched any of those kind of videos, so I don't really know what the consensus is on, you know, the whole how is the gacha stuff handled. Now, from the very little I have seen, from people that are gacha game aficionados, this game is one of the better ones in that respect, in terms of like, you don't really need to buy anything to have an enjoyable experience, but we'll see, obviously. I have no plans on buying anything. Not really, not out of some like grander, I'm gonna not do it because it's not because of that. It's more so just because like I don't really feel like it, and also I don't have much money right now. I have like $4 in my account right now, so we won't really have any money to spend anyway. So yeah, but yeah, so enough. Oh yeah, and one last thing. There is no dub. That's fine with me because I play with the Japanese voices anyway. But that's another thing to note. There is no dub, at least at this time. Maybe I'll get one later, but at launch there is no dub. But obviously the interface and everything is obviously in English. Although this is all in Japanese. All this is in Japanese. But okay, again, 15 minutes. Okay, that's not as bad as 30. It's 15 minutes of rambling, but okay. Let's actually do this for real. No, that me saying for real was not on purpose. Ooh, that's cool. That's a cool splash screen. Install third-party component. Yeah, obviously. That's a cool splash screen. I really like how it's got the jagged edges. It reminds me a lot of what like Strikers did, where they had like the jagged edges on a lot of things. That looks cool. Let's see, launch settings, game resource. So it's got the Royal font. Actually, no, not the Royal font. It's got the Strikers font, which is probably the same thing as the Royal font, to be fair. But yeah, how there's the OG vanilla P5 font, and then there's the one they have in Royal, and then there's the one they have in Strikers, which I think is a modified version of the Royal font, but it's not exactly the same. I think this is it's either the Royal or the Strikers font, whatever. We'll just say it's the Royal font, whatever. Download settings, launch settings, game directory, game resource, you know, version information. Produced by Sega Corporation. Yeah, Black Wings Game Studios. Yeah, they're the studio that actually made this game. Again, Atlas supervised it and did some work on it, but this is mostly an in-house joint, so take that for what you will. Alrighty then. I assume this game is going to run flawlessly because, I mean, ooh, we got the little Sega thing. Atlus. Okay, I didn't think they were going to say... Didn't think they were going to say the name of everything. Okay, they didn't say Cryware, though. This game is running at, like that resolution is not looking too hot. I guess here's the opening, which I have not seen yet. Obviously based on the vanilla P5 opening, in terms of visuals and everything. It's also got this chromatic aberration filter on it, I can see. Oh, it's got little hints of Royal. Little hints of Royal with that, like, comic book, like, pattern thing. Alrighty then, so I guess that was... Ooh, it uses Phantom. It uses Phantom for the menu music. I like that. As a vanilla, as someone that started with vanilla, I appreciate that. Actually, I use Phantom as my I use Phantom as my my ringtone. No joke. It's been like that for years. Anyways, yeah. Obligatory age range. 25. Agreed to all the stuff. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, the resolution is like really low. You can see how like I need to fix that. Whoa. Official launch. Yeah, that's got like the royal kind of like colors there. So it's got a whole like... Again, that's this thing with like not having that space. Also, why did Phantom stop playing? Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna make all the settings correct so it all runs as good as it's gonna run. Alrighty then. Okay, there you go. What? Wait, it's already running at 4K. I very strongly disagree that it's running at 4K. Do you see the UI resolution? FSR? This game supports FSR? Not that I want to use FSR, not that I need to for a game like this, but like, really? Okay, so it automatically defaults to the highest settings, as you would expect from a game like... Okay, hold on, this one's not on high settings. Hold on a second, I can't move my cursor over here to look at OBS, because I have OBS covering up the chat window right now, so I can't see if there's anything in the chat. Okay, hello Antonio, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I couldn't see your thing there because I didn't have it set up correctly. So yeah, let's go ahead and yeah, I really like that they use Phantom for the music. Because Phantom is awesome. I definitely prefer it over Royal Days. Not that Royal Days is bad, but this is definitely this is like just so good. Dynamic resolution, yeah, no, we're not gonna need that. This game is gonna run at 4K 60 without breaking a sweat. Like, come on. Like, I have played a little bit of Royal on PC. I've never done a full playthrough, but when it was on Game Pass when it first launched, I did try it out a little bit on PC, and of course it ran flawlessly. Shocker for a game that's at least started as a PS3 game, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure these settings are turned all the way up, because there's no reason for them to not be turned all the way up. Because, I mean, we're talking a 5950X, 64 gigs of RAM, and a 6900 XT. I could probably get 144 FPS out of this game. We might try. Well, we might see. We might uncap the... Okay, the highest it goes is 120. So there's a frame rate cap there. Well, hold on, there's VSync. You can turn off VSync. I don't know. We might mess with that later, but we're just gonna keep it at 4K 60 for now. Render scale best. So if that's when if you want like your 50%, 75%, which is also something that Persona 5 Royal had. Although in this game it's just medium, high, best. I assume that this is 100%, 75%, 50%. I assume that's how it works at least. And then yeah, there's FSR support. I assume that's FSR 2.0 at least, but I don't know. It doesn't matter for a game like this, obviously. Again, this game will run on a potato, so my hardware is way better than this game. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But anyway, so let me just double check that everything is indeed on the highest setting that's supposed to. What are your thoughts on Ironheart's episodes getting released June 24th through July 1st? I have not really been paying attention to any of that. I know I saw somewhere that they were going to release like multiple episodes on one day, which is what they did for... I want to say they did that for Echo, which, it probably doesn't bode well considering how nothing Echo was. Like, everyone's already forgotten it even came out. I didn't bother watching it because why bother? Like, but I mean, this is obviously more important than that was, but yeah. I don't really have any thoughts, I guess. Again, I still have the last couple of MCU shows I still haven't caught up on, so this is just another one to add to the pile. I'll get around to it eventually, but it's obviously not a priority or anything. Guest? What do you mean guest? Do I not have a real account? Wait, what? Oh, do I have to figure this out? Wouldn't it just link to my Steam account? I don't know. Do I not have a Sega account? Log in with Steam. Well, yeah, log in with Steam. Just like have it be my Steam account. Okay, link to Steam. What? I mean, I could figure this out later. It's probably not that big of a deal, but... Okay, there we go. Link confirmed. Okay, so now is it going to say my actual name? There we go. Okay, so we fixed that. Okay, so that's all I had to do. So yeah, Logan59XP, and then I have my little game ID or whatever. Manage devices, Windows PC. Okay, so we just wanted to make sure that was all fixed. Yeah, audio, we'll leave all that alone. So yeah, okay, so the game is running at 4K. It's running at 4K, everything's turned all the way up. Wait, what? Why is fog effects turned off? Okay. Okay, and yeah, now it's definitely a higher resolution. Okay. Again, apologies for all that kind of waiting there. So yeah, it's interesting again how the game itself uses Phantom for the menu music and doesn't use an original theme. But notice like how we're on top of the train. The buildings in the background are very Royal-esque. They look like the buildings in Royal on the main menu. So it's kind of like a fusion of Royal and like vanilla at the same time, I suppose. So yes, that just brings up that. It's kind of weird how it's like why is this not like a built-in part of the game? Like this is a built-in part of the game, right? Like this is the game, this menu. But then you go to notices and it's this like it's like this external thing. Wait, hold on. Hey, look at that. They actually call him by his canon name. It's something that Atlus normally doesn't do. They normally are so... They always say protagonist, protagonist, protagonist. Even when they have a canon name. They actually have his canon name. I mean, granted, that could be Blackwing's decision, not Atlus's decision. Whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if the controller support is actually there. Because that's the part that matters. I mean, I don't need controller support to play this, obviously, but I would like to use a controller if I can. Hold on, my controller's not hooked up. Okay, for some reason my Xbox adapter doesn't want to work in the back for some reason. Okay, I think I got it working. Okay, let's see. Okay, switch to gamepad mode. Now we got Xbox buttons. Okay, I think we're good. That's a very royal kind of little thing right there. All right, so now we get the obligatory this done in the exact same fashion it was done in the original game. Except it's not Igor's voice, it's the new Velvet attendant, I assume. Whose name I don't remember. This is such a weird thing I've always found strange about these games, is they give you the option to say no. But when you do that, it just takes you back to the title screen. So it's like, why even bother having it? It doesn't it's not a problem or anything, obviously, it's just kind of weird is all. Okay, let's how do I get rid of that toggle cursor mode thing in the corner? We don't need that taking up the screen. Wait, what? Yep. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, why is it playing this cutscene? Wait a second. I saw that little glitching it just did. Okay, so this is probably the new guy watching footage of, well, the opening to the actual game. This is kind of weird. Like the game starts the same way that the original did, even though it's not the same characters. But I think they're watching a video of this because you can see the little glitching that happens every few seconds. That's not in the original version of this. We've all seen this cutscene 1,000 times, but we'll let it play, because why not? It's iconic, man. You know, the opening to Persona 5. Oh, see, look, there's the glitching. There's the glitching. Yeah, well, what's that? Yeah, I'm curious what that's got to do with all this. I know nothing about the story of this game. Wait, we actually play the opening? Okay. We play the opening. Okay, so you see that little, like, you see the little thing? Okay, let me bring up the mouse. You see this border? That's not in the original or Royal. That's new. Again, this is probably some, like, you know, watching a video in the future or whatever. I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm just speculating. Young boy's voice. What the? Wait, yeah, notice how it just switched to Wonder. This is so weird. Also, you can tell that this is definitely not Persona 5. Because Joker looks different. I mean, he looks like Joker, but like everything like looks... You can tell this is like a different engine or whatever. This is not the Persona 5 engine. You can just tell by the movement. This is like them trying to recreate it. So it's kind of funky and slightly weird. Oh yeah, that's not nearly as seamless as it in actual Persona 5. That little segment where you hop over the pillars is way more seamless. Okay, so now we get to see this cutscene again. Let me turn down the volume. I think it's too loud. On my end, at least, it's too loud. Feels like it's blaring into my ears. See, this is like really strange. Again, I know nothing about the story of this game, basically, so I'm very curious as to why we're literally playing the opening again. And it's so weird how, like, everything looks off, you know? It doesn't look bad, it just clearly is not the original. Again, like, look at, like, Joker's model and the lighting on him. It doesn't look like it does in the original. It's like, odd. Oh, what the? Okay, then. That was cool, but we got like a showtime, basically. Now this is new. This cutscene is new. This is not in the original. Again, Joker doesn't look quite right. Even in these cutscenes, it's very, very obvious this is a different engine, and this is not the original. This is not an Atlus production. Okay, so now we're fighting Wonder. It does look cool. It does look cool, but it's very clearly like it's different. Again, just look at Joker's model in this scene. It's very, like, it's weird how they play, like, the first two cutscenes that are from actual P5, and then this looks completely different. It's, like, very, like, off-putting if you've played the original. Which, if you're playing this game, you've probably played the original, or Royal, at least a couple of times. I myself have done 4 playthroughs of P5, 1 on Vanilla and 3 on Royal. So I know this game like the back of my hand. So stuff like this is just, it's so insanely like, oh man, this is so clearly not the same studio. So when they mesh stuff from like the actual game with this new stuff that's from a different studio, it's like weird. See, I have no idea what the heck was up with that. I guess that was a dream. Oh, did you see that music that was there? That was the title theme. The one that we heard in the opening, not the Ambitions and Visions, that's the title theme. Little Easter egg there. Kind of like how in Persona 3 you can hear like Makoto listening to Burn My Dread and stuff. So yeah, they have a little of that in this game. It's neat, I suppose. Can I get rid of, like, all of, like, those buttons on the top and bottom? Like, I know why that's there. It's because this is a mobile game, so you need to have that stuff on screen for the touch screen, but I'm not playing on a touch screen. I'm also not playing with a keyboard and mouse. I'm playing with a controller, so could I get rid of all that? It's not a big deal, but, like, I wish I could get rid of it. They're literally doing the Makoto thing! I was just mentioning, so yeah, they're Blackwing Studios. Which, again, they're the ones that actually made this game, not Atlas. So now we get to see the opening again, I guess. The opening does look pretty cool. I like how it's based on the original opening and not the Royal one. I think that the Royal opening is, like, still cool and all, but like the Royal opening is definitely not as good as the OG opening, you know? That OG opening, and I'm biased in saying this because I started with Vanilla P5, but like, you know, Wake Up, Get Out There with that iconic opening animation is just never gonna not be my favorite. Actually, it's kind of like a fusion of the Vanilla P5 opening and the Strikers opening, as the Strikers opening also kind of takes cues from the original opening as well. It's kind of a fusion of the two in a sense, where, you know, you see the streets and they're in the iconic, you know, black and white with a hint of red, that, you know, all that stuff. The odd attack animation right there. I don't think I recognized that last time. Are we gonna get another train crash? Like in the actual game? So I said I don't really know anything about the story, and I don't. But I do know that the first boss is basically Kamoshida. It's not Kamoshida, but it's basically that same, like, it's similar to Kamoshida in terms of the boss design, in terms of what the character is and what he's done. So, shocker, the Persona 5 spin-off takes a lot of cues from actual Persona 5. I know, and to be fair, Strikers did that to an extent as well, but this game, from the little I have seen, is way more comfortable with just kind of ripping off the original P5 than, like, say, because whereas Strikers is very much its own thing. You know, this game is more so like, what if we took Persona 5 and we basically changed the characters, but we kept the overall kind of, like, story-ish? That's kind of what it is, right? Like, none of the existing characters are here. They're all new. Right? New protagonists, new party members, new bosses, but the overall kind of structure of everything is similar. I like that they have these anime cutscenes, though. It's like they put like they actually bothered to do that. I think that's something that's neat. Oh yeah, I remember this character. I remember this character was shown off like a year or two ago, and I can't not see it. It really does look like female Joker. It's kind of hard to not see it. We're getting OG music right now. I mean, we heard, I mean, again, we had Phantom in the title sequence, and obviously we heard Label Change. I'm assuming that, like, all of the music that you would expect to be there in P5 is in this game for at least most of the sections you would imagine. Like, all the side music like this. But obviously there is a bunch of new music, like I mentioned earlier. There's also a bunch of new battle themes. They got Lyn for a bunch of them, and we'll hear those as we get there. I just realized we haven't had to type in our name yet. Now, this character, Wonder, is his code name. He has a canon name, but we haven't. So I'll put that in if the game gives me an op. Oh yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, like, where's the Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. Is that the canon name? I don't remember. I only saw his canon name once. So let me go ahead and look it up really quickly. I think that is his canon name. So they're probably doing the thing that they did in the recent re-releases, where, like, they just have the canon name as the default, which is what I do. Now, in my first playthrough of P5 Vanilla, I did Akira. This was back when Ren wasn't 100% solidified as his canon name, so it was kind of ambiguous which one was the canon one or not. I chose Akira because I thought that one sounded better. But of course, now Ren has been solidified as his canon name, so now I've used that for every playthrough I've done going forward. But yeah, let me go and just make sure that I have his name correct. Yes, that is his correct name. So we're going to leave that alone, because I like using the canon names. I'm just going to call him Wonder, though, for simplicity's sake. In the same way that most people don't call Ren, they just call him Joker because that's his more iconic name, right? Oh, so that's the new Velvet Room transition. Okay. Actually, I do remember seeing this in some of the trailers. Yeah, it's like this underwater, like, aquarium type thing. Yeah, I remember these from the trailers. There's Igor, and there's the new Velvet Attendant. And that's the OG theme. The only reason I bring attention to it is because Reload changed it. Like, up until Reload, they just kept recycling the P3 version. Like, P3, P4, P5, all the spin-offs, they all used this version of Area of the Soul. And then with Reload, ironically, they made a new version of it for the first time since, like, 2006. Which I assume is going to be the version we hear going forward, so expect to hear the Reload version of that theme in Persona 6. That's what I assume, at least. But we'll see. Marry up. I guess that's the name of the new attendant. I think it's the first time they've let us pick an option. Again, I can't, like, go to the side. Like, I'm not sure if there's a windowless option. I didn't see. So I can't, like, hold on. Sorry about this. It's gonna go blank for a second. I just want to be able to, like, look at my... Hold on. I think the music is currently not up. I just want to be able to... There. I just want to be able to see the GPU meter. You guys can't see it, but I can see it. So, in case you're curious, right now the GPU is somewhere between 40 and 50% utilization. And that's at 4K, 60 FPS with everything turned on. Except for FSR, because obviously FSR is unnecessary. But everything that matters is turned on, all the way up. It is a little weird that it's at 40-something% when we're just in the Velvet Room, but whatever. As long as it's running well, that's all that really matters. So maybe we could hit 120 FPS, but just barely. That doesn't matter, though, because I don't have a 4K 120 monitor yet. That's my plan, though, for my next upgrade, because this 4K 60 monitor I've had since 2020, and it's worked pretty well for the most part, but the last few months I've noticed it starting to, like, kind of have more issues. None of them, like, game breaking. The monitor still works fine in the end, but sometimes it, like, you turn it on, but the console won't really show up unless you, like, fiddle with it a little bit, or, like, it'll have this, like, haloing effect when you turn it on for the first time after a while, but it goes away after a few minutes. None of it's a big deal, but it's kind of a sign to me that the monitor might be on its way out the door. And when when the monitor does eventually die, my plan is I want to upgrade to essentially the closest thing to this monitor, but just 120 hertz. Because obviously, if I'm gonna get a new monitor, it's got to be 120 hertz. That's for sure. Oh, I have auto turned on. Whoops. Ah. It's going on. Okay, let me go back and see what the heck happened. Like, oh yeah, so yeah, the girl in front. That's literally what it says too. Girl in front row. Yeah, her name is like Arai, I believe. She's basically, if you can tell design-wise, it's basically like it's kind of, from, again, I don't know much about these characters. I really just know their designs and their name, and that's about it. And also what their like Phantom Thief outfit looks like. I believe my impression, I mean, visually speaking, she's the Chie of this game. I mean, just look at her hair. It's Chie. But I think overall, she's kind of like a fusion between Chie and An. From the outside looking in, that's the impression I get, but we'll see how much that actually lines up. They just spaced out. Future plans. That's the teacher. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't... Okay, the fogged out glasses. Did it say that last time? Oh, right, okay, she said her name and that's why it says it now. Okay. Okay. It's like when did, because like now it says Arai, but it doesn't say her full name. It just says a girl called Arai because they haven't said the full name yet. Menace incidents. That feels weird. Menace incidents. It's like they wanted to change the name of what it is for some reason. Maybe it's like a China thing. I forget. What were they called in the original? Like, what were the incidents called? I don't remember. Oh, I thought you said you played Persona 4. You did 4 playthroughs of it. Yes, I did. But that's one aspect of the games that, like, only really matters at, like, the beginning. Because, like, you go to, like, you know, you're in the car with Sojiro, and there's the thing on the radio. It's like, there's the incident at, like, the train station. There's the incident. And like, that's, like, the only time I feel like I ever, like, remember that part. Like, them talking about the incidents is really, like, kind of like during that, like, very beginning portion of the game. And you kind of forget about it after that point. So, apologies for me not remembering what the actual real equivalent of Menace is in the original. I don't remember. Again, maybe they just changed it because of China. I don't know. Or maybe they just changed it for the sake of being different. I don't know. Not like it matters. You get the idea. You know what it's supposed to be. So the number one reason why I'm interested in this game in particular is really just for the new, well, not just, but for like the new palaces, right? Because I really like, you know, exploring and doing palaces in P5. But it's like the only game that has them, right? Persona 3 and 4 famously have the randomly generated dungeons with Tartarus and even the P4 dungeons. I imagine, just to get this out of the way, we're not going to get full-fledged dungeons in Revival. That's not happening, because the Tartarus was the same. And not that I expected them to do proper dungeons for Tartarus, because Tartarus has like 200 freaking floors. They're never going to do that. And it also wouldn't really work. I think randomly generated makes sense for Tartarus, but it would have been nice if we had gotten something. It'd be nice if we could get something at least closer to proper dungeons in P4, but I don't think they're going to do that. They're going to keep it the same, and that's fine. It's not a big deal, but you know, being able to have more palaces to explore is always neat. So that's probably the main thing I'm curious about with this game, is like I want to see what the Chinese team's palaces are like. But yeah, the lighting in this game, again, you can tell it's a different engine. You can tell just by the lighting and stuff that this is clearly not the Persona 5 engine. Right now, the GPU usage is at about 70%. Even though, again, we're just in the school. Then again, I do have anti-aliasing turned on all the way, but I don't know what the anti-aliasing is. It doesn't say if it's MSAA, FXAA, TAA, it doesn't say. Now, going purely by eyeball, my guess is probably SMAA, which is also what Royal had on PC. Wait, what? Okay, I know her. She's another party member. I don't know what her name is, though. Okay, so she's the Makoto of this game. So if Arai is the On, then she's the Makoto. And I know like one other party member, aside from like the mascot character, and I'm guessing he's gonna be. If I want to say, actually, it could be Ryuji. It could be Ryuji. It's either Ryuji or Yusuke, obviously, one of those two, or maybe it's a combination of both. I don't know. They did a good job on the portraits. They all look pretty legit. Like, that could be a Soejima portrait. It's not. I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't think Soejima did any of the portraits for this game, to my knowledge, but they look like they could be his. He did the portraits, obviously, for actual... He's done the portraits for all of the mainline games, well, at least all of the original mainline. Actually, no, he did it for Reload as well. So he's done the portraits for P3, P4, P5, Strikers he did the portraits for. He didn't design the characters for that game. He didn't design Zenkichi or Sophia, I think, but he did do the art for them, and as well as all the portraits in the game. I think he did that for. Maybe he did the portraits for this one too. I don't know. It's possible. But as far as I know, the only involvement Soejima has with this game is just he designed Wonder. I think that's the only... That, and I think maybe his persona, like his main persona, but... I'm not really paying attention to the dialogue too much. Because I kind of want to... Wait, well, the spacing of that text was kind of weird. Yeah, the lighting is like very, very different. It's like, it's very, very obvious. This is not actual, this is not the P5 engine. Hey, look, there's the owl. That's the new mascot, the Morgana of this game. Is this? Oh, this is the song that plays during Yusuke's cutscene, like the initial cutscene where he's like stalking up on Ann. That was that was from that cutscene, I think. Also, yeah, that portrait for that girl that walked by, I wasn't expecting that. Oh boy. Don't you think it's a little sudden to be doing this? You see, that was a shocking moment in the original game because they like built up to it. With like the abuse and stuff that Kamoshida did to like Mishima and Shiho. But in this game, they just are like, let's just do it. At like the beginning of the game with no build up. The character just walks past you, and then right after, she jumps off a roof. Okay. That's definitely a oddly calm response. Then again, it does say cool-headed man. It's not like how it is in P5 at all, where everyone freaks the hell out and they rush the grass. Again, just like kind of the dichotomy here of like, you can tell this is not from Atlas did not write this game. It's kind of like they were like, oh, P5 has a scene where a character jumps off a roof. We got to have it in this one, but they didn't like do it right. But then again, the game just started, so before I like rag on it, let's let the game actually like explain itself. And yeah, there's this thing where like he keeps like getting like these like little things. It's happened a couple of times so far where he like stops and it's like, oh, do. And there's a Rai who just popped up at the last second there. Yeah, these cutscenes are definitely made by the same studio that did the original cutscenes, or at least they look very much like them. Like, the game itself is very clearly a different engine, but these cutscenes are very clearly, like, from that same studio. And are animated in, like, the same fashion. Okay. That was kind of weird. Some, like, Uber Eats driver just goes after him for some reason, and he manages to teleport away in time. That's random. It's also a little odd that, like, the owl can talk to him, even though he hasn't entered the metaverse yet. Because isn't that how it works? Like, the way it worked in actual P5 is, like, you could only understand Morgana if you've been to the metaverse. Which is why, like, you know, Sojiro and Sai couldn't understand what he was saying. But everyone, all the Phantom Thieves could, because they had all been to the metaverse. But he hasn't been to the metaverse yet, so how could he hear what the owl was saying? I don't know, I'm just saying. Like, I normally it would never be, like, this, like, antsy about stuff like this. And it's not, I'm not really. It doesn't actually matter that much. I'm just pointing it out because it's just something I can't help but notice. Okay, so we're in Mementos. This is the checkpoint. This is the save area. I'm not really paying attention to the text because I'm not really going to take this game's story seriously at all. I'm here for the gameplay, not the story, you know? I just want to like do the palaces and like do the battles and stuff. That's the main thing I'm here for. Like I'm not going to treat the story of a Chinese mobile spin-off seriously, you know? You know, if this was an actual Atlas game, I would pay attention, but this isn't, so I'm just kind of like, you're letting the game say whatever it wants to say. I'm not really paying attention to it that much. It's explaining the metaverse for the 2 people playing this game that haven't played actual P5. To be fair, it's free to play though, so there is a legitimate chance that a decent amount of people playing this are going to be people that haven't played the actual game just because it's free. Okay, we gotta do battles now? The OG Mementos theme. Oh yeah. Again, look at that, like that run animation, that shadow. Again, I know I keep pointing it out, but it's like if you've played P5 as many times as I have, it's very, 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 very obvious that this is not the same engine. This is different, though. This is different. Like, being able to walk around the Mementos. Now, you do get a car eventually. I know you get a car at some point. It was even in the opening. But, like, you can't do this in the actual game. You can't run around Mementos, like, on the tracks. That's something that's unique. Although it's probably only going to be for, like, this section, and then for the rest of the game, you're going to be in the car. Is it? The more I look at the game, I'm like, is it TAA? I'm not sure. I still feel like it's SMAA, but it could be TAA. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks fine, either way, but I'm just saying. Because again, the game doesn't tell you, it just says anti-aliasing. Okay, here we go. Battle time. So which battle theme are we gonna get? I assume we're gonna get... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a prediction. I think we're gonna get Last Surprise. At least for this battle. Again, there's a bunch of new battle themes. But I'm gonna predict we're gonna get Last Surprise. Because we've been hearing a lot of... Like all of the music we've been hearing up until this point, it has been OG music. So I'm gonna say this is gonna be Last Surprise. The one thing so again, I don't know. I have not seen. I don't know when the persona gets awakened. Like, are we gonna awaken to it now? I assume now would be a good time to awaken to it. But I know it's a 2D cutscene. This is not a 2D cutscene. I haven't seen the awakening cutscene myself, but I know it's a 2D cutscene because I've seen like a very small snippet of it. This feels very reminiscent of, you know, in Kamoshida's yeah, look, see? This is totally gonna be the awakening. This is very reminiscent of the Kamoshida, how it was in Kamoshida's palace. Again, this game is this game is basically, what if we took P5 but we like made it different but also like the same? Oh, I like how they have the little film strips. That's neat. I like that. You know, obviously we're in the ocean, like in the Velvet Room. Oh, that's cool. Cool. I hope the audio sounds fine and there's not like a bunch of reverb because of the mic, because right now I have the audio coming out of my speakers and the mic is like not far away from it, so hopefully it all sounds fine for the 0 people watching this right now. At least it says 0 on my concurrent counter, but who knows. I assume it's going to play the Awakening theme as well. I don't know why it wouldn't. Striker has used it as well. Getting tied up in, like, kelp. Yeah, that's right. The school we're going to is not Shujin. It's a different school. I'll reclaim what's mine. Now this music is new. One's gonna cut to the 2D cutscene, because I know there's a 2D cutscene. Here we go. Here it is. There it is. There's the music. And they're doing the same thing with the blood, and again, it's all very derivative. Again, it's basically the Chinese studio taking the game and just swapping out their original stuff. The blue flame, all that. Still looks neat, but again, it's very derivative of the original. I mean, look at Wonder's outfit. It's literally just Joker. It's just Joker's outfit. Although, to be fair, this persona does look pretty unique. It's not Arsene. I am thou, thou art I. It's not Arsene 2.0. It's a legitimately new persona. I will give the Chinese devs credit on that. Okay, that transition was a little laggy, but okay. Okay, then. I'll take that. Actually, the more I look at it, I can see a little bit of Arsene in it, but I still think it's unique enough that I wouldn't call it a ripoff. Right? Like, Wonder's outfit is just Joker's, but like that persona is legitimately different. Like, highlight. Oh, let me get. Is highlight the show? Okay, so this is the show time. They're called highlights in this game. X. Get it? Because Persona 5 X. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let me see if I can disable those things on the top and bottom, because like I don't want those on the screen if I can get rid of them. Again, they're there because this game is a mobile game, so they need to have that for touchscreen stuff, but like we're not on a touchscreen. And that's not there in the original P5. In the original P5, they have, like, the skip thing on the screen, but they don't have all that other stuff. It's a lot cleaner, normally. I was right, last surprise. What the? Oh, it's assigned to a different button in this game. I was like, why doesn't it let me baton pass? Baton pass is a different button in this game. Oh, there's the run. Oh, so it's not yen in this game, it's Konpaku Gems. Weird name. They could have just kept it yen. But... I mean, the game is still in Japan. Yen would have been a perfectly fine thing, but whatever. So yeah, I wonder why they're not just called Showtimes. Wouldn't that have been simpler? They're called highlights. That feels like a bit of an unnecessary name change, but whatever. Okay, so these are all the achievements, basically. And you get rewards and all that stuff. Okay. And look, it's literally trophies. It's literally PlayStation trophies. Look, gold, silver, bronze, platinum. It's the same thing. Not that that's a problem, obviously. I'm just saying. What? I thought I did all of them. And then we have, like, royal-esque kind of things with this. Okay. Did I not grab all of them? I thought I grabbed all of them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need a tutorial on how to play Persona 5. I'm very familiar with how this game operates, even though it's a little different in this one. It's all the core mechanics are the same. Oh yeah, so hold on, go back to this. Gameplay, camera mode. Camera inversion vibration. Like, why does it make that sound effect? That, like, whoop, 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 every time I move on this one. What? What? Wait. Why would I not want to see the animation? Wait, what? Highlight animations first only. Like, what? Why would I not want to see the animation every single time? That's like the whole point of the animation, is so you can see it. I mean, having the option to not have it is fine, I suppose, but like, why would I not want to see them all? No, I want to see the animations. Like, that's the whole point. And you can still skip them. At least in Royal, you can skip them if you want, but like, why would I not want to see them? See, I don't think... Oh, whoops, I turned that down by accident. See, I don't think there's any option to turn that stuff off. Display subtitles, receive chat updates, pause story in the background, battle settings. Yeah, I don't think I can turn that stuff off. Unless I'm just blind. I don't think I can turn it off. It's not a big deal. Bag. Oh, okay, so okay. I was like, what? Bag? Bag? What is this, a Pokemon game? Doesn't really look. It's funny. That's the run, but you're not really running at all, right? Like, look how slow that run is. Although the dash is pretty good. Like, look at that dash. You can't do that in actual P5. That's an improvement. Some kind of teleporter. Okay, so that's the flashback. So instead of it being, now it's like taking a picture is the sound effect. And it's also not in black and white like it is in the actual game. Okay, so we saw that girl that jumped off the roof. Yeah, that definitely needs some explanation, because that came out of, like, nowhere. She literally just walks past us and goes up on the roof. There's no explanation or build-up whatsoever to that. Okay, that's a new enemy. Oh yeah, that's right, his persona is like a Gundam, basically. Do, 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 do. Okay, that's a bit... That transition could have been better. Oh, here's new music. New music's pretty good, even though it's not from Atlus. This is one of the... Again, most of the music in this game is from the Chinese studio, but they do a pretty good job at, you know, making music that sounds like Persona 5 music. Although one of the battle themes is a direct ripoff of, like, a Strikers battle theme, and, like, it's very blatant and obvious, but it still sounds good. You know, I say that, oh, well, the music's not from Atlus, but to be fair, a good chunk of Strikers' soundtrack isn't from Atlus either. It's from the team at Koei Tecmo, who, of course, made Strikers. And they did a really good job with the Strikers soundtrack. They made like most of the original music in that game was from them, including most of the iconic like themes. There it is. You never go wrong with the good old all-out attack. Let me guess, this is going to be the Jose equivalent, right? This is the Jose equivalent character? Okay, she just disappears like that. Yeah, I assume that's the Jose equivalent for this game. I will say, I'm not a big fan of... I think the owl design, like the regular owl design, is fine. I'm not a fan of, like, the metaverse, like, owl design. I'm not really a fan of that. I think Morgana was definitely way better. A lot of people don't like Morgana. And I think it's like half like the Haru, no, not the Haru, half the like the whole like breakup, the whole breakup scene doing Haru's palace. It's like half that. Did I say Haru's palace? The Okumura palace. You know what I'm trying to say. I think it's half the whole Ryuji and him kind of fighting during that part where he leaves the Phantom Thieves and then he comes back. I think it's half that, and then half like all the stuff from the original about you know, you got to go to sleep, you can't do that. That whole thing that they more or less fixed in Royal, but it was famous in vanilla P5. I like Morgana. He's by no means my favorite member of the Phantom Thieves, but like I like Morgana. But to be fair, I'm also biased. I'm also biased because like he's a cat. I'm biased because he's a cat. So there's one thing to say in that respect. I can spend hundreds on my gacha Persona characters. Hey Valentine, I was hoping you would show up for this. I am curious to see how that aspect of the game is going to pan out, because my plan here is, of course, to see how much can I do without spending anything. I don't really know what like the state of that is. I saw something that was like, oh, this game is like actually not that bad when it comes to that stuff, but I don't know. We haven't gotten to a point in the game where it's mattered at all. So yeah, since obviously you're just joining us here, we just got out of our first like metaverse encounter, so we did like the awakening and did our first few battles. So we're still pretty early, not much has happened yet. Although one weird thing did happen where this like girl walked past us that looked like really strange, and then she jumped off a roof in front of us. And then they kind of just moved past it. Like, obviously they're going to come back to that at some point, but to me it kind of feels like, oh wait, the actual P5 had a scene where a girl jumps off a roof. We have to have that too, except there's no build up to it like an actual P5. That's really the only significant event that's really happened so far, is just that girl jumped off a roof. That's like the only real thing that's happened so far. Aside from us going into the metaverse and doing the awakening and everything. Yeah, there's our little daily rewards thing. Wonder how long the base story is. Yeah, I have no idea. Now, I know next to nothing about the story of this game. I barely even know the names of the characters. I know the name of Arai. The Chie-looking girl that you just saw a second ago. I know her name. I don't know the names of any of the other, like, main party members. Like, obviously there's a billion different, like, side, like, you know, gacha role type characters. But in terms of, like, the actual, like, main roster, I only really know, like, a couple of them. But yeah, but as far as the story is concerned, I want to say there's, like, at least 5 palaces. From what I remember, like, briefly reading on, like, the wiki, that there was at least 5 palaces. I know that the first palace is basically Kamoshida 2.0. Like, the character you fight is basically Kamoshida 2.0. I know that. I don't know about any of the others, though. Yeah, this is different. This is kind of neat, actually. We get, like, an actual house. We're not in an attic. That's actually that's a nice change to make the game feel different. I do know you can cook. I think I remember seeing at some point you can cook, so that's neat. Oh, hold on, I just said there's no attic. Let me take that back. We might be going up to the attic. Okay, no, it's a proper room. Okay. Yeah, that's neat. We got, okay. So this console right here, that is clearly supposed to be like a PS4 Pro. Like a knockoff PS4 Pro, I'm pretty sure. And look, it's even got the blue spines and everything. Although it's just a generic game cover, it's not like an Easter egg, like, hey, look, it's the Persona 5 cover. No, it's not that. Would have been kind of neat. It says on the iOS store it can run on iOS 13.4. Must run like crap, but it's still impressive. Yeah, I didn't even see what the minimum version, like, what's the minimum phone that's supported. I haven't had to pay attention to that in a long time, but yeah, I wonder what, like, the minimum phone requirement is for this game. Because in terms of at least speaking to the PC version, because I can only speak for the PC version, because that's what I'm playing right now, obviously. So I'm running this at 4K 60 maxed out. 4K 60, all the settings turned all the way up. And right now my GPU, which is a 6900 XT, so, you know, the AMD flagship from like 5 years ago, is at like 50% right now. And we're just in the Velvet Room, so take that for what you will. That's like an iPhone 6. Well, actually no, it wouldn't be an iPhone 6, because iOS 13 is one version after. The last version of iOS that the 6 supports is 12. So iPhone 6S, but the iPhone 6S's last version is iOS 15. So there's no reason, there's no iOS device out there whose max supported version is 13. The iPhone 6's max is 12, And then for the 6S, they jumped to 15. And then after that, the iPhone 8 and the iPhone 10 is iOS 16 is the max version. And then the iPhone 10s's max version, I believe, is going to be 18 when 26 comes out later this year. Yes, you heard me right. I said iOS 26. They're jumping all those numbers, and they're making all the OSs the same number now. I believe that's the minimum for that is going to be... what's the minimum for that going to be? I think the minimum for iOS 26 is going to be the iPhone 11. And my dad has an iPhone SE 2nd gen, which is basically the 11 processor-wise. So this will probably be his last generation before he's going to have to move, although he's been needing to move for like a good year now, but whatever. Getting off track. I have a 7 Plus, and I'll totally try that out later. 7 Plus. One of my friends has an iPhone 7. He's been running that for a good few years. And he had an iPhone 5. He had an iPhone 5C before that. Like, he was using an iPhone 5C in like 2021, 2022. And then he finally moved to like an iPhone 7. I'm not really sure what the situation is with that, with like kind of the slow stuff. I know that I think there was talk about him getting like an iPhone like 16, like getting like a proper new up-to-date iPhone whenever he finally gets his replaced, because the iPhone 7 is also stuck on iOS 15, and iOS 18 is the current version, so there's no more security updates, and apps have been dropping iOS 15 like flies lately, so he's kind of has to move. He kind of has to move. He's gonna have to move sooner than later. I'm running the equivalent of a stone slab. Yeah, I have no idea how... But getting back to the game, though, I have no idea how long this story is, or at least what it is right now. The only thing I really know is that there's 5 palaces. That's like all I know. That's all I really have any context for. Okay, yeah, that was that from like the end of the game? Like what? That gave me like, that reminded me of, you know, the scene at the end where like all the Phantom Thieves disappear, you know, in Shibuya. Was that what that was supposed to be, or is that just me trying to connect dots? Because this game has been this is gonna sound like really, really obvious, but this game is very derivative of actual P5. In like, again, they had a girl jump off the roof, presumably because the original game did it, so this game has to do it too. Because this game is like an alternate universe version of P5, where like it's like a similar story, but all the characters and locations are different. Because the whole idea behind this game is this is like a Chinese game, right? This is like designed like for the Chinese market. So this is supposed to be like, quote, their P5 or something. So they like I don't know, something like that. I don't know. Well, we'll see, obviously, how this all pans out. Oh yeah, you want to know something else that's very strange? So the game starts the exact same way as the actual game. It literally plays the cutscene at the casino and everything, and then it plays like, and then you get the life will change, and you hop across the thing, and it's the same thing. It literally starts exactly the same as the actual game, and it plays like the pre-rendered cutscenes. But then when you get to the part where you fight that shadow for the first time, then you beat the shadow. And then all of a sudden it cuts to like a clearly not from the original game at all new cutscene. Where you fight Wonder for some reason. And then it like transitions after that to you wake up out of bed or something, and it's like, was that a dream? Like, that's like really weird. Like, what? Why does the game literally start exactly the same as vanilla? It's like actual P5. And when I say it starts exactly the same, I don't mean Wonder is in Size Palace. I mean, Joker is in Size Palace, and all the other Phantom Thieves have the exact same chats with the grayed out, like silhouettes and everything. It's literally exactly the same. And then it changes, like, right before it cuts to, like, the actual game. It's weird. Especially because they have this, like, VHS, like, filter on it that's like, wait a second, something's not right here. So I was like, is, like, Wonder, like, are this game's Phantom Thieves watching a video of, like, the OG Phantom Thieves or something? Like, I have no idea. But then it cuts to, like, Joker and Wonder fighting, and it's like, wait, what? Yeah, that, I'm very curious what the hell is up with that whole thing. It's, like, very strange. They're gonna start announcing random crossover with Chinese mascots next. Wait, they didn't keep the same sound effect? They didn't keep the same, like, phone notification sound effect? Why? Then again, a bunch of the sound effects are also kind of different. Like this sound effect. Okay, this is the same, right? This sound effect is the same, but this sound effect, that's different. Like, when you select something, it's different. So it's like some of the sound effects are the same and some of the sound effects are new. For some reason. The owl's art isn't exactly as I would have imagined it to. So I think I mentioned this. I think I mentioned this, like, right before. Maybe, like, right as. Maybe you already heard me say this, but I mentioned this, like, right before I saw you were here. But, like, I think the owl, like the real world owl is fine, but I don't really like the metaverse owl design. I'm not really a fan of whatever his name is. I don't remember his name yet. He's just the owl to me. Yeah, Lufel or whatever. Okay, here's our first social link. Or whatever it's called in this game. So another thing I mentioned earlier is that, as far as I know, the only contribution that Soejima has for this game is he designed Wonder. That's literally it. He didn't do anything else. He didn't design his persona. He didn't do any of the portraits, because he's done the portraits for all the other, like, you know, games, even the spin-offs. Like, he did all the portraits for Strikers, even though he didn't design any of the characters for that game, as far as I can remember. Maybe he did. Did he design? I don't know. I'd have to check. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't think he did any of the portraits for this game, as far as I know. I think it's literally just he designed Wonder, and that's his only contribution. So I have no idea who drew the portraits for this game. Maybe it was someone at the Chinese studio. Maybe it was someone at Atlas. I don't know. Okay, Synergy. Is that what it's called in this game? Oh, it's playing the... It's playing this music, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's 10 ranks, and you get, like, rewards every time you hit one of the ranks, okay. It's weird, they're playing the... What's it called? What's the name of the bar? What's it called? Whatever, the bar. You know what I'm talking about. It has a name, I just don't remember what it is, because I, like, never really went there. It's playing that music for some reason. Am I gonna get Death Stranding 2? Well, I haven't even played the first one, so that answer is no. I do have the first one, though. It was given away on Epic Games Store at one point, so I do have it. I never have played it, though. So obviously I'm not going to play the second one until I get around to playing the first one. Oh, what? Yeah, that's all the locations, alright. I think this location's new, though, right here. This one's new. That's not in the actual game. But I think, yeah, there's the planetarium, there's the amusement park, there's the church, there's Disneyland, but it's not actually Disneyland, obviously. Destinyland or whatever. See, all the locations are here. The beach is here. Wait, Kichijoji is here too, so even Royal is represented. Oh yeah, all the different customization options. I'm gonna just leave that alone for right now. I was thinking about getting it tomorrow at GameStop just because, and then I got just because, and yeah, and I got the first one when it's on, and then I got the first one. Oh, and then get the first one when it's on sale because it's on sale a lot for like $20. You could also probably just get it like cheap on eBay. I mean, you know, the game came out in like 2019, so you could probably get it for cheap on eBay too. I mean, but that of course is if you want like it on like, you know, PS4, PS5. I don't know what platform you intend to. Well, obviously Death Stranding 2 is only on PS5 right now, so I don't know. I do know that the version I have on the Epic Games Store that I got for free, that's like the original version of Death Stranding. That's not the director's cut. It's just regular, like the original PC version of Death Stranding. Not that that like matters much to me, but that is something to note. Apologies for that. I had to pause for a second. Okay, what's happening? I accidentally pressed something. Yeah, it's just so strange, like, living in, like, a regular house. Not that that's new for the series. Obviously, you lived in a regular house in P4, but yeah, but that was out in, like, the middle of nowhere, so it's a little different. This is, and that was, like, more of, like a, you know, like a low-key, like, of a house, you know, in the middle of nowhere, whereas this is more like a modern house, you know, in the city, so it's different. And you have it all to yourself. There's no family, at least none that I've seen yet, right? There's no Dojima or Sojiro equivalent living with you. The time pausing to like this guy. What? Wait, what? Wait, what was the reference? Was that supposed to be a reference to New Kid on the Block? I have no idea.
ダーリンに朝ごはん食べさせ。
Okay, anime cutscene. There's been a decent amount of them so far. By the way, as far as I know, there is no way to get rid of, like, the buttons at the top and the bottom. I've already looked. I don't know how to get rid of them. If you can get rid of them. Obviously, they're there because, you know, if you're playing on mobile and stuff, but, like, we're not on mobile, so they kind of just get in the way. Immersion is ruined. There's another character I recognize. In the pink. That's another party member, I think. Or at least a character. Like an actual character in this game. Also, that take your time transition is like a lot bigger in this game than it is in any of the others. It's something else I've noticed. I'm downloading it on my Steam Deck. Hopefully it works well. I don't see why not. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't run fine. I mean, it's not the same engine. And it's very obvious it's not the same engine. But I mean, the game obviously can't possibly be that demanding. I should see what frame rate I get if I turn the settings all the way down and I run it at like 720p and see like if I hit like the CPU bottleneck. But the thing is, I believe this game does have a frame rate cap. Because I know, like, I mentioned this earlier as well, again, before you joined, but, like, I've played only a very little bit of, like, the PC version of Royal. Like, when it was on Game Pass, like, I did play a little bit of it just to see what the PC port was like. And I believe in that port, it's capped at 120 FPS. Like, there's a 30 FPS, 60 FPS, and 120 FPS cap. But you can't go any higher than that. So you are capped at, like, 4K 120. Not like that's a bad thing or anything, but still. I believe this game has that same deal from what I saw in the settings. So I think I'm going to be capped at 120 FPS no matter what anyway. I mean, I'm playing on a 4K 60 screen right now, so it's not like that even matters, but I'm just saying. But I'm still curious to see how low, how low the GPU utilization can get. Considering that I'm at 4K 60 right now, and the highest we get is like 50 to 60%. Like, maybe I could hit 4K 120, just barely, though. Never mind 1440p or 1080p or 720p.
私一元の授業せかせかしててご
I was talking about, oh, proton stability-wise. Sometimes they're just broken, but it's pretty rare. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, obviously I don't have a Steam Deck, so I've also never tried, like, Linux gaming in general, so I can't really speak to, the whole Proton and wine compatibility stuff. Obviously, I know it's pretty good these days, though. I know that, Linux gaming has come a long way in the last few years, and obviously the Steam Deck and Proton is a big reason for that. So, generally speaking, most games work fine. The only ones I know that really have issues is, like, some of, like, the, like, live service games, like, with the whole anti-cheat. But aside from that, most stuff, quote, just works. But I have no personal experience in that whatsoever. That's just based off of, like, the occasional video here and there. And just the general consensus, or whatever, that I hear. But I've never actually tried it myself.
いいわちょっと目があった君
Okay, now can you cheat? Can you cheat in this game by pressing the button? Is that a thing in this game? Or do you actually have to, like, answer it for real? I'm not getting any menu, no matter what. The only thing that comes up is that. Okay, so I think I have to actually answer it for real. I can't just cheese it by the game telling you. Okay, what is it? What did it say? Metaphor, which rotting fruit. I wasn't paying attention at all to the question because I was hoping I could cheese it, like you normally can do. I don't know. Pick apple. Okay, I got it right. I got lucky. What's funny is, so I also mentioned this earlier, so I put off playing Reload for a while, even though I should have played it, like, forever ago, because I wasn't really in a Persona mood. Like, Persona was on the back burner for a while, but of course, the Revival announcement completely, like, reinvigorated my Persona interest. So I finally started playing Reload, and of course, the second we got to a question, I was like, can I press the button? And it tells me the answer. And it's like, yes, it's in this game. I mean, I know I could just look it up anyway, but still. And you have to look it up for, like, when you're doing, like, the exams, where you can't cheese it. You have to do it for real, or you just look it up. Well, I just look it up, because, like, whatever. Especially if there's, like, an achievement you get for, like, getting... Because I know, like, Royal... Was it... I think it was Royal, yeah. I don't know about base P5, but I think Royal had, like, an achievement where, like, if you had to, like, ace all of the exams and you got an achievement for it. It's like, I don't know if Reload has an achievement like that or not, but I'll make sure they're all correct either way. Oh yeah, you didn't see this part. Where, like, some, like, Uber Eats guy on a bike just, like, manages to barely, like, get into, like, one of, like, the subway cars, and then for some reason he goes after you, and then Wonder, like, teleports to the metaverse just in time before he gets hit. That was also pretty weird. I got around a third of the way through Reload, but but my PC is in a different state most of the time, so I got it on PlayStation. Yeah, I have the PS5 version. Physical PS5 version. I could have played it on Game Pass when it first came out, but I put it off because I wanted to play it on PS5 because I wanted the disc. Right? So yeah. Although the one downside of playing it on PlayStation is that now I have to pay for the answer. Because they gave it away. If you had Game Pass, you got the expansion pass for free. But that's only, but like obviously that doesn't apply to PlayStation, so I'm gonna have to buy it again on. I'm gonna have to buy it on PlayStation. Once it's on sale, of course, I'm not gonna pay $35, whatever it costs for it. I'll wait because like it goes on sale fairly regularly. So like whenever it's on sale again, I'll get it because obviously I do want that. I'm one of those people that has to have all the DLC. That doesn't mean I'm going to pay full price for it, but I'm going to get all the DLC eventually. Like, I have all the DLC for Vanilla P5, for Royal, for Strikers. I have the regular, the non-expansion pass DLC for Reload. That was on sale recently, but I don't have the expansion pass. So, obviously, eventually, again, when it goes on sale again. But it's not a big deal. Obviously, I gotta get through the main story first before I would play the answer anyway.
そのサイトを運営してる人がマガつかそのマガつかみに認定されるとぶっちゃけ私も暇つぶしに見るくらいでそんなに知らないんだ
Another game I haven't played yet is I do have Metaphor on PlayStation as well. I haven't started that yet though. Maybe once I'm done with Reload. Probably once I'm done with Reload, I'll probably move on. I'll probably play that. It seems like obviously the next logical thing for me to play. I also need to play FF7 Rebirth. I also have that and I haven't played it yet. But obviously right now I'm kind of in a Persona kick. So like it would only make sense to move to Metaphor after Reload. Especially if I'm waiting for the expansion pass to go on sale again. So right now the GPU usage is at 80% for some reason. I don't know why. We're literally just in the classroom. Why is it at 80%? Those are all the same situation for me. So yeah, right now on the list of games that I still need to play that I have just sitting on a shelf. See, I finally started Reload, so that's not on that list anymore, but I have Metaphor, I have Crisis Core Reunion, I have FF7 Rebirth, I have Mario RPG, the remake, and then I have Mario Wonder. Now, Mario Wonder has an excuse, because I've had that since, like, for like over a year, and I haven't played it. And I have an excuse for not playing that one. It's going to get a Switch 2 version. 100%, not even a doubt in my mind. It's going to get the full fat Switch 2 edition plus Bowser's something, whatever. I am 100% convinced of that, and you want to know why? U Deluxe got a free update, but not Wonder. That is all that needs to be said. If there wasn't like a Switch 2 edition coming, it would have gotten a free update like U Deluxe did, but it didn't. So why didn't it? Because it's gonna get like a full fat like $20 with a new content thing, probably like in September for the anniversary when they start doing anniversary stuff. So I'm just gonna wait until then and just get the upgrade and obviously play it then. Because I haven't played the game at all yet. She really does stand out because of the pink. You can't miss her.
だいぶ遅れた。ごめんね、急に変なこと言って。行こう、タモコ。
Another thing I'd like to do at some point, although obviously I'm not going to do this until I've like played a bunch of other stuff, is I do want to do another playthrough of P4 for obvious reasons, but also because I've only played through it once, right, a few years ago. I even streamed part of it, I remember at one point, like kind of on and off, just whenever I felt like it. So I've only ever done one playthrough of P4, so I would obviously like to get at least one more playthrough in the relatively near future at some point. I do have it on PlayStation now. I didn't have it on PlayStation, I just had the PC version. But again, there was a sale recently. Maybe it's still there, but I know at least about a week ago, like Golden and Portable were like $10 on like the PlayStation Store. Like that's a no-brainer, right? So I grabbed that and Portable because I do want to, try FMC at some point, so I'll get Portable as well. It's like $10 each. It's like an absolute no-brainer. I mean, the games are normally 20, so it's not that big of a deal, but still $10, like for, these 60, 70, 80-hour games. Like, that's totally worth it. There's so many games I need to get back to, and I get back home, it's crazy. Technically speaking, there are way more games I could also play. Cause you know how I mentioned how I got Death Stranding through like the Epic Games Store? Every time like an even remotely notable game pops up on that, I always grab them whenever they're a thing. And also like Prime Gaming, like whenever they also give away stuff like for GOG and whatnot, I always redeem those. So I got a bunch of those in my library as well. So really, I probably have like hundreds of games at this point that I could play if I really wanted to. And I know some of them I will get around to playing at some point, but others I probably just redeemed for the sake of having them for the library more than anything else. Because, like, why not? It's a free game. Oh, so the baseball thing's being brought up, because I know that that's her thing in the metaverse. Not for this girl, but the other girl. Like, that's her, like, that's, like, in one of her, like, showtimes. They're not called showtimes in this game, they're called, like, something else, but they're showtimes, I know that, like, baseball is a part of, like, her showtime, so I'm guessing that's, like, one of her things. Now, how much longer until we can go back into Mementos? Because I want to do some more battles, because I only got to do, like, 2 battles. I guess we got this guy. He's another party member that we're not gonna talk to. It's kind of neat, and this is probably only for, like, that initial segment, but, like, you can actually walk around Mementos, like, just normally, like, without the car. Now, I know there is a car in this game. He does get a car for him in this game, the Owl. But I haven't gotten that there yet. So you could just walk on the tracks, which is kind of neat, because obviously you can't do that in the actual game. Yeah, we all know what Mementos is. And how it works, and it's how, and all that stuff.
一つ目は有無を言わさず奴らは人間ではなく欲望に触発された異形。もう一つは現実世界で生きて人が心の内に秘めた。
I wish I had an owl with goggles. I could see each man.
何しろ事故のシャドウを
I wonder what like the I'm genuinely very curious like as to like who's like what species is the mascot character gonna be next time around? I mean, they've technically only done a real animal once. Well, if you don't, well, depends on whether or not you count Koromaru as the mascot. He's not the mascot, I guess is the mascot, but like Koromaru is like, you know, he's the animal equivalent type thing. But if you don't count Koromaru, it's really just Morgana. Because Teddy's not actually a bear. He just has a bear costume. So it's really just Morgana. But I feel like they're gonna continue with that theme of like it's an animal. But who knows? Or maybe they wouldn't because they want it to be different. Like if they just did essentially Morgana but it's a different animal, then it would be too similar. And that's fine for a game like this because this is literally a P5 spin-off. But like maybe for 6 they would want to do something more different. Who? So man, that's literally Teddy. Yeah, we already had that. I know. Yeah, I saw the other day that like so Sega had like an investors thing, and in it they mentioned 2 notable things. The first is they mentioned that there are multiple unannounced Switch 2 titles. So again, I know I said this like during like the Xbox stream, but it's like we're gonna get Reload and Metaphor and Revive. They're all gonna come to the Switch 2. That's like a given. And they basically said that in the investors meeting. They didn't literally say it, but they literally said they had multiple games coming to Switch 2 that were unannounced. So like put the pieces together. They're all coming. They're all coming. You just gotta wait for like the next Direct. In the next Direct, we'll get those games probably announced. I don't know. one of the upcoming Directs, whenever that happens. We're probably not gonna get one this month though. I thought this month would have been like a shoo-in because we always get one in June, but we did have the big April Direct, and of course we had the Splatoon Raiders announcement out of nowhere, and then we had the DK Direct. So we're probably waiting until September, which kind of sucks, but they technically have enough stuff at this point. They don't really have to do one until then anyway. There's a game like every month for the rest of the year. Like we saw like the other day, I think it was yesterday, we got a release date for Drag X Drive announced, which is in August. We also found out it's $20, which is good because if that game was not $20, oh man, it would not sell well. But anyways, getting back to my point here. So yeah, in that investors thing with Sega, they mentioned they have multiple unannounced Switch 2 games, and they also mentioned that like Revival is like not coming out until like after like physical quarter like 2026, 2027, whatever the heck it was. Basically like it's minimum not coming out until like April 2026 or April 2027, whatever the heck it was. I don't even remember which one it was. So take that for what you will. I mean, it was never going to happen this year, obviously. They wouldn't have shown 7 seconds of gameplay if it was coming out this year, or early next year for that matter. That is a like late 2026 at like the absolute earliest title. At least it feels that way. I feel like if it was going to be sooner than that, they would have shown more and they would have given us a time frame. Because, like we saw, like right, I went back and I rewatched the Reload reveal trailer, and that one said early 2024. It didn't say February, but it said early 2024. There was a time frame. There's no time frame with this. It's just the game exists. That's all we know. The game exists. It's coming eventually. Realistically, probably not until like 2027, at least it feels, but who knows, maybe we'll be wrong about that. And of course, what does that mean for 6? Does that mean 6 is like 2028, 2029, or are they working on it alongside it? Like, who freaking knows? At this point, I really am expecting it to be, like, unironically, Persona 6 for PS6. Like, it'll still come out on the PS5, just like how Persona 5 came out on the PS3 still, but, like, it'll be a cross-gen release. It very much feels like at this point that's like going to be how that goes down. Although it is worth noting that Revival is not coming to PS4. Every game up until this point has been on PS4. Reload was on PS4, Tactica was on PS4, and Metaphor was on PS4. But Revival isn't. Revival is Series X, PS5, PC only. Which is a little interesting. Not that there's a problem with that, obviously. It's just a little odd that, like, the Persona 3 remake is on PS4, but not the Persona 4 one. Like, it just feels a little weird. But I'm sure there's a reason behind that. And to be fair, if this game's not coming out until, like, 2027, I mean, do we really need a PS4 version in 2027? No. We don't. But it's just something I did notice. Maybe that's for the best. I don't think it matters as much for a game like Persona as it does other games, but... I mean, on Reload looks good, even though it was also on PS4, so I don't know. And obviously, Persona 5 is a PS3 game, so it's not like the hardware really matters that much. The games all look good regardless, but... Obviously, I mean, you get... It's so weird, because, like, it feels like for the last 2 years, everyone has been like, you know, when are developers going to finally drop the PS4 and Xbox One? When are we going to finally have games that are only for next gen? But it's been going on for so long now that it's so strange. Like, cross-gen has never gone on this long. I can't speak for every generation, but I distinctly remember the last cross-generation period, you know, during the transition from, you know, PS3 and 360 to the PS4 and Xbox One, and cross-gen was only really a thing for, like, the first year or so. After that, it was ditched completely outside of, like, FIFA and Just Dance. Outside of, like, those two games and, like, Minecraft updates, the PS3 and 360 were done after 2015. And yet here we are in 2025, and there are still big games coming out on PS4. Not as much Xbox. Well, the Xbox One's been kind of like half abandoned at this point, but the PS4, like, you'll notice a lot of Japanese games, like Street Fighter 6, for example. There's a PS4 version, but not an Xbox One version. Obviously, because the PS4 is way more popular than the Xbox One, especially in Japan, of course. But still, it's just like, we're still getting a good amount of games. Not all of them, not all of them. We're definitely getting more and more games that are only next gen. Or current gen, rather. But there are still a decent amount of games, big profile ones too, that are still coming out on PS4, Xbox One, almost 5 years in. That's pretty crazy, right? When, again, last time around with, like, the 360 and PS3 to PS4 and Xbox One, it was like a year, maybe like a year and a half, 2 years at most. 2 years absolute most. That was a catch right there. I think it's funny that PS5 only recently surpassed the PS4 in online players. Yeah, I know that's one statistic. People have talked about that a lot. About the whole, like, Sony, like, a year or two ago was, like, PS4 is still, like, 60% of, like, the active users or whatever. Like, PS4 users are still, like, technically the majority. Which people were like, we're, like, 3-4 years in. They're still the majority. I mean, not by much, but they're still the majority. You know? That's kind of crazy. It definitely would not have been like that last time around, you know? But obviously this prolonged cross-gen period, plus the fact that the hardware is a lot more similar, right? You know, it's all x86 and all that, as opposed to last time around where, you know, there was PowerPC and the Cell processor, you know? It's all x86, it's all unified to an extent, so it's a lot easier to, like, downscale games for, like, the PS4 as opposed to, like, the PS3, for example, where, like, you know, those late generation, like, PS3 360 games that were, like, really should not have existed. Like, for example, like, Black Ops 3 on the 360 and PS3 was, like, a famously poor port that, like, what looked way worse than, like, the... See, okay, that right there is a big indication of, like, how it's, like, different this time around, right? You look at Black Ops 3 on the Xbox One and Black Ops 3 on the 360, and they look completely different, graphically speaking, right? But we're getting Black Ops 7, which feels weird to say, by the way, Black Ops 7. Like, that feels a bit much. Like, I think there's a point where, like, the numbers need to stop going up, and I think 7 is that number, but whatever. Black Ops 7 is still coming out on the PS4 and Xbox One, and I guarantee you it's going to look pretty similar to the PS5 version, like it always has. Like the gulf in hardware is just not as big as it was before. Like, obviously, there's still a big difference, but, like, the scalability is just way different now. You can scale stuff down to those lower-end platforms so much easier without it being, like, a really bad-looking port. At least for, like, the PS4 and Xbox One. Obviously, we've seen some Switch ports that don't look the hottest, but we've also seen good-looking ones, too, so it's kind of, like, depends on the game and the developer. And obviously with the Switch 2, that's going to be way better. You know? Like, the Switch 2 ports of games are going to basically be on par with, like, the other consoles, at least from a core visual perspective. Obviously, lower resolution and all that, but, like, the core visuals will be maintained. Which is a big boost over some of the poor Switch 1 ports that were out there. Yeah, if you don't force players to switch, why would they? Yeah, that's another thing, too, is, right, you know... Like, if Call of Duty and FIFA or FC, as it's called now, is still on there, and if, you know, Fortnite is still supported, and Apex is still supported, and all those free-to-play games are still supported, and if those are the only games you play and care about, and the game still runs fine and looks fine, then what incentive do they have, I suppose? But obviously, they're going to have to ditch it eventually, right? There will come a day when the PS4 and Xbox One are finally ditched for good. We just haven't reached that point yet. But it kind of feels like at this point, that's not going to happen until, like, once, like, the next generation starts, then they'll finally ditch it. Or maybe we'll get one of... Because I know that, like, the last... Okay, so here's something... So you know how FIFA and Just Dance have a reputation for, like, sticking around on consoles longer than, like, other franchises? Like, Just Dance was famously coming out on the Wii until, like, 2020. Like, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, like, right? FIFA. The last installment of FIFA that came out on the PS2 was 2014. Which means that there was a time when you could buy the same FIFA game, at least number-wise, like FIFA 14 or whatever, and it was on PS2, PS3, and PS4. That's pretty damn insane, isn't it? We very well might be returning to that next time around. We might legitimately be seeing, especially for, like, indie games, like PS4, 5, and 6. Like, like, that's pretty weird. Like, yeah, again, this cross-gen period has just been so different than how normally the way it works is that maybe there's a little bit of cross-gen, but generally speaking, when the new console comes out, the old one is over. for the most part, you know? That's how it normally works. Outside of a couple of exceptions here and there. But that's not happening this time around, at least for the longest time. Again, we're finally starting to get to that point where, like, most big, like Western games especially are finally, like, current gen only, but, like, for a good while there, you know. They even backported some of them, like a Jedi Survivor, right? Like the most recent Jedi game from Respawn. That game came out as a, like, next gen only game, and then a year after it came out, they backported it to the PS4 and Xbox One. Like, have we ever seen that happen before? Where they've backported a game? I don't think that's ever happened before. At least for like a big like AAA scale title, that's never happened before. Where they've gone back and made a version for the previous console like a year later. Just Dance 2018 Wii. If I remember correctly, because obviously, like, people asked the Just Dance team, like, why are you still putting out these games on the Wii? Like, it was like, why? And I believe their explanation was, oh, there's like, there's like, a lot of like, kids and families that just have a Wii laying around, and or hospitals. Like, I know I've heard that, like the story of like, oh, the hospitals, people like donate like Wiis to hospitals, people can play a game or whatever, situations like that. It's like that's why they kept putting it on the Wii for so long, is because there was an audience for it, right? And that's why they kept doing it up until I think like Just Dance 2019 or 2020 was the last one that was on the Wii, until they finally ditched it. But you want to know what's even weirder? So they supported the Wii for like forever, longer than any other developer. But then they ditched the PS4 and Xbox One like a few years ago, which was like really weird. So like, right now, Just Dance is PS5, Series X and S, and Switch, but not PS4 and Xbox One. Why? Like, you put it out on the Wii for like 15 years, but then you'll ditch the PS4 and Xbox One like only a few years in. Like that's like very like backwards almost. I'm sure there's like numbers, like, oh, the amount of people that are playing these games on those consoles. Like, I'm sure there's a reason why they ditched them, but it's just really weird when like Just Dance is known for like they supported the Wii for like forever, and then they ditched the PS4 and Xbox One in like, I want to say 2023 is when they ditched it. I think Just Dance 2022 was the last one that came out on PS4 and Xbox One. So yeah, I don't know, but obviously it's on the Switch. They've always been on the Switch. Since that's pretty much the next logical step from the Wii, of course, in terms of install base and everything. So I won't be surprised if they keep putting them out on the Switch. For maybe not as long as the Wii, but like a good, like we're gonna get Switch 2 versions of those games, of course, but they're probably gonna keep putting them out on the Switch for years. I don't see why they wouldn't, with the huge install base. See that guy so I haven't been like talking about the game at all. I've just kind of been letting the game do its thing. So that guy that we just saw that was like pushing people around or whatever, I think he's like he's the Kamoshida. He's like the first boss. From what I remember. This guy's clearly no business. So I think I said earlier I wasn't really sure what anti-aliasing this game used. Now that I think it is TAA. Because when that cop just walked by, I saw trails behind him. So, probably TAA? I don't know, at least TAA is famous for, like, having trails, so that's my guess. But like I said earlier, like, Royal on PC is SMAA. There's no TAA in that game at all. Or on any platform. Off topic, but doesn't the Switch 2 have DLSS? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. None of the first-party games use it, at least not yet, to my knowledge. I know Mario Kart definitely doesn't use it. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom also don't use it. And DK doesn't use it either. None of the games we've seen so far have used it, as far as we know. I know that Cyberpunk uses it. Cyberpunk uses it. Fast RMX. No, Fast Fusion. That's what the new one's called. Fast Fusion uses it. And there's a bunch of different like quality modes in that game at varying different resolutions and stuff. Those are the only two I can think of off the top of my head that we know that uses it. It's Cyberpunk and Fast Fusion. But yeah, none of the first-party games use it, though. At least so far. Now, I think Monolith Soft is going to use it. Monolith Soft is 100% going to use DLSS because they already use Reconstruction on Switch. Xenoblade 2 and I think 3 as well both use Reconstruction of some kind, so they're definitely going to use DLSS in their next game. But as for all the other first-party games, they're probably not going to bother. And to be fair, they don't really need to. The games are high enough res anyway. But yeah, like Mario Kart World is 1440p. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild is also 1440p, although I haven't played those versions of the games yet. I've only most of my Switch 2 time so far has been Mario Kart. But yeah, that's 1440p. The Zeldas are 1440p. We don't know about DK 100% yet. Probably around that number. That seems to be like the safe number, is like around 1440p generally speaking. Now, one game that's not 1440p but is actually a lot higher is Splatoon. So Splatoon 3, so when they did that trailer, right, that came out like randomly out of nowhere, that announced Splatoon Raiders, they also announced the very much anticipated and basically a given like Switch 2 patch. And here's what's really cool about it. So on Switch 1, Splatoon 3 as well as Splatoon 2 are dynamic 1080p. So the lobby is 30 FPS, like the main hub area, Inkopolis, Splatsville, that's 30 FPS. But the actual gameplay is 60, of course, and the game is dynamic 1080p. And you can tell when the game switches too, especially on the victory screen. You can very easily tell when like the resolution goes up and down. Now on the Switch 2 with the patch, the hub area is now 1440p and 60 FPS, which, if you've been playing Splatoon as long as I have, is very jarring, because the Splatoon hub area has always been 30 going back to the first game, so it's very jarring to boot up the game and seeing hey, welcome to Splatsville, here's the stages, and it's very smooth. It's like very weird because I'm not used to it. I'm so used to it being 30 FPS. So that's 60, the hub area is 60, and it's 1440p, but here's the big one. Here's the big part. The actual multiplayer matches, I haven't tried Salmon Run or the single players, but in the multiplayer matches, as far as I can tell with my eye, the game runs at native 4K. Not upscaled, not DLSS, it's just straight up 4K, and it looks absolutely freaking amazing. It looks so good. It looks so sharp. It looks so good. I'm pretty sure it's native 4K, and if it's not native 4K, it's really close, like 95% of the way there. It looks super sharp. And it so desperately makes me hope that we're getting a Smash update. Please let there be there's gotta be one, like, come on. But like that just makes me like even more so like I want all the games to get some kind of update. Like, it looks so good. Ironically, that's probably the thing I'm most looking forward to in like the next direct. It's probably like just more like patch and like more like upgrades. Like, it's kind of the thing I'm looking, because like the thing I would want them to announce is not going to be announced in the next direct, or the one after that, or the one after that, because we're waiting a while. We're not getting that announcement and probably for like another year or so, assuming that the timelines are what we think they are. So for me, especially because we already have something for the rest of the year, it's like, give us like more, Animal Crossing upgrade, Smash upgrade, all the Xenoblade games desperately need upgrades. You know, like that's ironically the thing I kind of want to see the most, more than like anything new. I mean, obviously I want to see new stuff, but you know, obviously new 3D Mario especially. But like, I really do more than ever, like, really want to see those upgrades continue to roll out. Like every big first-party game needs to get an upgrade of some kind, whether it's free, $10, $20, whatever. They all need to go. They all do. And I'm sure they will in time. We just don't know how long it's gonna take. Yeah, switch to a frame gen would be crazy. They technically could do that if they wanted to. Not the Nvidia frame gen, because that requires Lovelace, and the Switch 2 is Ampere. But they could do like FSR frame gen if they wanted to. I doubt it. I don't think they'll bother, but they could if they really wanted to. And I believe it is possible to mix DLSS with FSR frame gen, at least on PC. I think. But I'm not 100% on that.
ごめん、定期のタッチが甘かったみたいで返す。どうかした？なんでもないよ。
What the? Wait, what? We leveled up even though we didn't... Wait, what? Why did we level up? That was weird. We like leveled up in like the regular world. I wonder if the PS6 will do some DLSS Black Magic or whatever. Well, the PS5 Pro already has PSS. Oh my god, I haven't had to say the name in a while. PSSR, or as some people like to call it, Pisser, because it's called Pisser, whatever. PSSR. That's the PS5 Pro's like FSR DLSS equivalent. That's made in-house by Sony themselves. It is used in a decent amount of the games they did patches for. I assume that obviously they're going to continue work on that. We know there's a big upgrade coming for it in the future, like a PSSR 2.0. We know that's coming for presumably the PS5 Pro, but of course they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going with that into the PS6. I'm sure the PS6 is going to have like its equivalent of like tensor cores and whatever to offload the resources for that kind of stuff, like it is on the Nvidia cards. And I think even the AMD cards now have like dedicated cores for that stuff. I think they added that with the... is it with this generation, with the 50 series, or was that with the 40 series? Wait, no, wait, no, I'm confusing my thing. What's the AMD? Oh, God. I haven't really been paying attention to the PC stuff in a little bit, so I'm not super familiar with like what the current AMD cards are called. Like obviously the Nvidia cards are 50 for Blackwell, but I don't remember what the isn't it? No, it's what number is it? What number are they right now? I don't remember. Is it the 80? Are they 80? No, yeah, 97. Yeah. I was like, I forgot. They jumped a number. They skipped numbers again. Right? I forgot that. Yeah, they skipped numbers, right? Yeah, because RDNA 2 was 6,000. And then RDNA 3 was 7,000. And then they skipped 8,000 and went to 9,000 with RDNA 4. Okay. I don't like that they did that. I also don't... You know how... another thing that also kind of bugs me with that is, like, they skipped all those numbers with Ryzen, right? You know, right? When Ryzen started, right, it was, you know, Zen 1 was 1,000, and then Zen Plus was 2,000, and then Zen 2 was 3,000. Okay, that makes sense. And then Zen 3 was 5,000, and then Zen 4 was 7,000, and then now Zen 5 is 9,000. They skipped, like they went from 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. They skipped, like, 3 numbers. Which means that next generation, they're going to be at, like, 11,000 if they don't reset the numbering. So, like, Zen 6 is going to be, like, we're going to have, like, the AMD Ryzen 9 11990X or whatever. It's going to be, like, this ridiculous number. I mean, sure, Intel went up to those numbers as well, but those felt more natural because they went one at a time. They didn't skip numbers, right? that it was Intel, first, 1000, 2000, 3000, so forth, through all the different, Haswell, Skylake, Kaby Lake, Coffee Lake, all the numbers, and they didn't skip numbers. They just went going up a number every generation for like over a decade. They didn't skip numbers like AMD did, which means they're gonna have to reset the numbers sooner than they would have otherwise if they had just kept on track with 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. So they did it with Ryzen, and now they're doing it with the Radeon cards too. It's like, I think a part of the reason for that was that they wanted the numbering to be consistent. Like, hey, we have the Ryzen 9000 series and we have the Radeon 9000 series, but I don't think that was worth it to skip the numbers. They should have just kept with the numbers instead of skipping them. 9060 XT. Yeah, I have not been keeping up with that stuff lately. PC stuff for me is on the back burner right now. So I have not been watching videos, really keeping up with the current state of like the hard. I mean, obviously I know that the cards came out. They came out earlier this year, but that's like my only knowledge of them. I have no idea what the performance is like. I have no idea what all the different cards are like, especially on the AMD side. Like, I've not been paying attention. Although I'm gonna have to, because my brother still needs a graphics card upgrade, because he did a big PC upgrade late last year. He went from a Ryzen 5 1600 to like a Ryzen 7 like 9700X. So he went from Zen 1 to Zen 5. That's a big jump right there. 6 cores to 8 cores as well. He also got new motherboard, of course. He got we got new storage, I believe. A bunch of other new things, basically. Like most of the core guts we upgraded and replaced. But the only thing that hasn't changed is the graphics card. He's still running a 1070 Ti. We still have to upgrade that. My plan for what the graphics card was, what the graphics card we were going to end up getting him was going to be, was probably going to be like, probably the card I have right now, honestly, which is the 6900 XT. I want something with enough VRAM, right? We're obviously not going to buy an 8 or even a 12 gig card at this point. No. That's obviously, no. It's got to be at least 16 gigs. For a reasonable price, so of course Nvidia is out of the picture. So I don't know. Well, I haven't looked into what the prices are for used cards lately, so I have no idea what the state of that is. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But right now, at least speaking for myself, I'm perfectly fine on hardware right now. Right? I've been using, like, I got 64 gigs of RAM, so I am set there for quite some time. The CPU, right, is a Ryzen 9 5950X, so the best CPU that AM4 has to offer that isn't a 3D chip. And, again, 6900 XT. Like, I don't have any real reason to upgrade from any of that. Especially because I don't play games on PC lately, you know. If I played games on PC more often, I'd probably would maybe feel the need to upgrade, like, the graphics card a bit more, but, like, I haven't really been playing that much stuff on PC lately, so, like, it's all fine. I don't really feel the need to... I mean, obviously, eventually, but I'm perfectly fine with my hardware for right now, at least. No, it hasn't really been holding me back at anything that I really do, at least at the moment. 5060 Ti, 16 gig, and 5070s have actually been close to their MSRP. The price hasn't been that bad, okay. But what's the MSRP, though? I'm sure it's not great. And of course, there's the whole conundrum from the last couple of generations and both Nvidia and AMD are guilty of this. They've both done it, where like the actual performance you get is like the number is like a tier like higher than what it should be, right? Like last time around, it was like the 4060 Ti was really a 4060, the 4060 was really a 4050 or whatever, like, in terms of performance, that whole thing. And AMD has done it too, where like the numbers are like one higher than they should be. I assume that has not changed, especially for Nvidia, or like the cards are like what like they're like a die down from what they should be or whatever.
呼び合えば何らかわしらの身ゆえにそれ
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as the cards, you know, perform the way you want them to, I guess doesn't really matter that much. But I know that's definitely one thing people have talked about in the last couple of generations is like how, yeah, the numbering is kind of like messed up.
ワンダこういうのは
The MSRP for the 5060 Ti is 430, and Gigabyte is selling it for around 450, so that might just be the third-party tax. That
わしのこと
I feel weird saying that that is a reason. Well, again, the numbering thing, right? It's the numbers that are the problem, right? Like, see, if that card was exactly the same, but it was called the 5070 instead, I'd feel a lot better about it because hey, 5070 for 430 bucks, right? Because I got my 1070 back in 2016 for like 450 bucks, but it's a 5060 Ti. And we associate the 60 series with like the 200 to 300 price point, but you know that's been talked about to death. The whole pricing stuff. People have been complaining about that for like the last 3 to 4 generations. Back in my day, you could buy a 750 Ti for 150 bucks, and it played games. Darn it.
では行こうかワンダ
Heck, the 1050 Ti even. Although the 1050 Ti was never really quite as good of a deal as the 750 Ti. Whatever. It feels like the last generation where people were like happy with the pricing was Pascal. It feels like every generation since Pascal, people have complained about the prices. Actually, hold on, let me take that back a little bit. Ampere's prices, the original MSRP was good. Like, I believe the 3070, which was a 2080 Ti, is, or at least that's what they claimed, was like 2080 Ti. Because that was the whole thing with the 70 series, right? Was that it was the previous 1080 Ti, right? The 1070 was a 980 Ti, right? That was that. I remember that was the thing back in the day. You know, and yeah, that's how it was for at least the longest time. Like the 70 series was the last generation's 80 Ti, 80 or 80 Ti. And of course that's shifted over time. It's not really that anymore. Asus is selling at 5070 for 50 bucks more to at 600. So that means it's 550 normally for the 5070. So we haven't gotten any of the new music. So there's a bunch of new music in this game. I have heard at least all of the main battle themes. This is obviously not one of the new ones, but I did hear it earlier. I also mentioned this earlier, but there's a battle theme in this game that's just straight up a ripoff of like one of the Strikers battle themes. And it's like really obvious that it's a ripoff from how it sounds. I mean, it still sounds good, but like it's very clearly a ripoff. Another thing that I know I've mentioned before is that, like, most of the music in this game is from the Chinese team. I think Atlas worked on, like, maybe 1 or 2 of the songs, but most of this music is completely the Blackwing Studios, or whatever the heck their name is. Although they did get Lin for a decent amount of them, which is cool. Like, she voices most of the battle themes I've heard. And she does the opening movie, of course. Yeah, you can never go wrong with Lin. There's no such thing as too much Lin. Actually, speaking of which, so one thing that, we basically know how this is gonna... Whoa, what the?
なんだあいつは。
Okay, what? Hey, look, he said a line! Hey, those are rare, okay? Those are rare. He gets like 2 lines in these games. Like, unironically, 2 lines. He said a line. That's something. That's like half of the lines he gets in these games. Doesn't this model look weird, though? It, like, doesn't look quite right. At least in, like, the pre-rendered scenes, they look...
なんだった。
Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so you know how in Reload they replaced Yumi and got someone else to be the new singer, and that was controversial? Well, for Revival, I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep, I forget what her name is, but yeah, the Persona 4 singer, I think she's staying, because there was some post she made on Instagram earlier this year where she said she was recording for like an unannounced game project, and apparently like the studio she was recording at is a studio that like P Studio records at like all the time, so I wouldn't worry about that.
まあいい。
I think the reason they replaced Yumi was like there was talk of like oh, her voice wasn't where it should have been, and apparently she's been like a lifelong smoker or something. I don't know. I haven't looked into it that much, but I know I've heard like at least. I think the explanation they gave officially was that they wanted like a fresh voice or something for it. But like what people actually thought is the reason was like something along those lines, like just that they thought her voice wasn't like good enough anymore, or something.
探したと申し上げておく。
I don't know. You take that for what you will, what the real reason behind why they replaced her
ご
was.
案内さ。
But as far as we can tell, they're not going to do the same thing for P4, which is good because I feel like that one would be more drastic of a change, at least in my opinion. If they'd swapped out the P4 singer for someone else, I think that would be more drastic in my eyes, but I don't know.
現実のあなたは。
さて、君はま。
主が以前におっしゃった。
Man. So now I'm thinking like imagine if like in 10, 15 years we got the completely unnecessary, nobody asked for this like Persona 5 remake. Oh man, could you imagine Persona 5 without Lin? That would just be wrong.
あなた様が。
That would actually be like a sin against like nature right there. That's not gonna happen. But like I can just like oh man, just thinking about that, it's like, oh, that would be so weird. In fact, you know how weird it is? So like I know like a little while ago, like the prototype soundtrack for P5 got leaked, and you can hear like a really early version of like Wake Up, Get Out There that sounds like really weird. And I'm pretty sure they had like Yumi do like the voiceover, but like instead of like Lin, 'cause they didn't have Lin at that point in development. So they had like, at least I'm pretty sure it's Yumi. It sounds like Yumi doing the voice, and the lyrics are completely different from the final version. They are completely different. It sounds so strange to listen to.
モントよ。はじめまして。よろしくお願いね。あなた様が先ほど。
Government regulations that prevent.
あなた様がよく知っている人物のにもしくはそれはしかしながらあるいは本人がも
Okay, maybe I should be fast forwarding through it that quickly.
今はあなた様が認識
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this earlier when I said that like this game literally starts the same way that the actual P5 opens in Sai's Palace, and how again they play the original cutscene, the original intro cutscene, and then they play that first cutscene where like Joker attacks the Shadow, and then they cut from that to a completely new cutscene with like the new engine, and Joker's model is very clearly different looking in that new cutscene, and how like off-putting that looks. to go from the original model with the original engine to this new model in a new engine, and it's very clearly different. It still looks neat, but like it's so clearly different.
それをなぜカイドルが扱うペルその原型はまた
So I think like yeah, the Phantom Idols. I think this is like the gotcha thing. I think.
今後も私め前は何時だそう一点ほど補足をさあなた様の深層心理にはあなた様これらは認知の具現化それらの存在やカイドル来るべき破滅に備えていただきたい
Oh yeah, explain that.
ああ、失礼。さまざまな意識の交差によるイレギュラー。
Sorry.
もしあなた様がご興味いただきしめ
では、
またカイドルのお前ぼーっとしていたようだお前がワンダーでそれがどさてはお前学業の後にそういうことならべ
Oh, here we go. Here's the car. Right?
喜んでくれていい
The new car.
この姿を見せる人間
So now it's like an actual car as opposed to like a van.
メメントスでは大衆のにそこに溢れている動物が乗り物に変身する
Okay, so the explanation they have is not exactly the same, but it's similar. Morgana said, oh, like, cats turning into buses is a very common cognition amongst the Japanese public or whatever, which is obviously a reference to My Neighbor Totoro. But in this game, it's like more generic than that. Now it's just, oh, it's someone's cognition about animals just transforming into vehicles in general.
なぜそんな認知が溢れている
Not
の
a
か
cat, not an owl, just animals in general. So they took what they did for what Morgana did, and they just basically simplified it.
エンジンをかけ何よしそれでいいまずはメメントスミッションコンプリートよ
Wait, this is new. This is new music. I've never heard this before. The only music I've really heard from this game is some of the battle themes. I haven't heard like any of the other new music. Contracts. Press RAM to break open the door.
シャドウか先ほどよりか準備はいいかしら一気に行くわよ
Maybe you can get the Reaper. I don't know if the Reaper is in this game. I don't see why it wouldn't.
お前それに
いただいていく。
イデオペルプシコレペルソナデュオ
僕が
華麗に見せるわよフィニッシュ行くわよ
So I believe that the way they work is that, yes, they only show up in battles. And I don't know if they're temporary. Like temporary as in you use it in one battle and then that's it. I feel like that'd be a little too unfair. I have no idea like how exactly they work. All I know is that I'm pretty sure that's like the, hey, here's all the different things you can roll for in the store or whatever. That's really all I know about that specific release deck. Okay, so you get a little section.
どう戦っていくか。お前の指針にも注目しておくぞ。
What the?
強くなった自負がある。悪くない考えだ。
Okay, well no, hold on. That thing is still here, so no, it doesn't just go away after one battle. Okay. I mean, I think that'd be a little too brutal if that were the case.
お互いベストを尽くしましょう。私の
Okay, that's kind of a funny coincidence. The code name for this character is Kotone.
私のサポート私やる私に実力準備が
Oh, hey, this is the character from the original reveal, from like the Codename X reveal back in like 2021. This is that character.
大切なものを
背中の赤いられ
Oh, there he is.
街道って
The man himself. Also, I like how this game actually uses his canon name, because the games never do that. They always call him Protagonist. But nope, he's Ren.
街道ってのはそろそろ暴れたい気分かも華麗に決めて
That's as far as it lets me go. I know there's more than just that. I'm pretty sure, but that's as far as it lets me see at least. I also like how they list their voice actors. Like you can see right there from Morgana, like Iku Otani. She's probably most famous for being the voice of Pikachu. Like just in general, like she's the voice of Pikachu in every region. She's the voice of Pikachu. She's been the voice of Pikachu since the beginning. And she's also the Japanese voice of Chopper from One Piece. So there's some background there.
準備私サポート積み重ね出発見ておこうコンシェルジュを務める
お前のために時間を割いてやる。
Again, it's really weird that they play like the... It's kind of weird that they play like the bar music during that. And I'll figure out all this stuff at some point. You get like things for obtaining all of them. I saw Morgana's starting voices and she used to do audiobook narration. What? Do you mean... Hold on, why am I getting myself confused for some reason? Are you talking about Cassandra? Is that what you mean? Because that just reminded me. I don't think this has anything to do with what you're talking about. But but like I remember like years ago there was like someone did like the go to F to sleep thing, but it was in Morgana's voice, and I think that's like her. Like she actually did that.
へえ誰
If I remember correctly, I don't know. It was from years ago. But I don't remember 100%.
それはともこは昔からわかりやすいね野球一筋好きとかじゃなくて気になる立ち話もなんだしどっか入って話そう
I don't know if you've ever heard it, but there's like I think it's a parody of something. I don't remember what it's a parody of, but like they got like Xander and Robbie Damon did like this like parody, I believe, of like some musical song. And it's like really good. I think it's called like Nothing Without Me or something. You know, you can find it on YouTube. It's like really good. And there's like a line where like Akechi says like, is it Ren or Akira, or does the player just sort of make it up? But yeah, I haven't heard that in a little bit, but I remember I really liked that when I found it out.
髪の短い方。
さて、わしはこの異世界からやってきたものだ。ある程度の仕組みは理解しており、
The Phantom Thieves trademark band reveal? What?
この週お前には確かこの周辺で、
Actually, actually, that just kind of made me think of something else. So obviously, another thing with like that happened with Reload, and is all but confirmed to happen with Remake, is how they recast the English voices. The Japanese voices stayed the same, but you know they recast the English voices for Reload, and we basically know that's going to be the case with Revival, because the only reason we know Revival exists is because Yuri Lowenthal and I forget the name of Chie's voice actress, but yeah, they told us on Twitter that the game basically exists by telling us they're not going to be in it. Which isn't surprising, because again, they did that with Reload. I think that one's gonna sting more. I play these games with the Japanese voices anyway, but I still like the English voices. And the Persona 4 cast is pretty good. I think they're all pretty good, Yosuke especially, which is what Yuri played. He was really good. It will be a shame to not have him in Revival. And that just made me think, oh man, like, again, if we ever got that like unnecessary P5 remake, and if they recast for that I think would maybe that would also really sting, especially because a lot of people got into Persona with P5, so they're gonna have like extra strong attachment to that cast. So recasting them would be like doubly bad. But also then you lose out on Robbie Damon as Akechi, and people are like actually not going to stand for that. But he's probably one of the voices that, like, I can't not associate with him. Like, whenever I think of Akechi's voice, I think of Robbie Damon first, not the Japanese voice. Because his voice is just so iconic. And he has all the memes, right? Okay, so we're going into the palace? I mentioned this earlier, but there's a lot of anime cutscenes in this game. Like I feel like actual P5 has maybe like 10 or 12 total. I feel like we've had more than that this entire time. They're short, but we get them. Like, there's a decent amount of them in this game. I think I'm gonna go to bed now. It's been a fun stream, though. Yeah, I'm very glad to see you show up. I was hoping you would. I was tempted to just tell you, like, hey, I'm gonna stream this, just in case, but I don't know why. I just didn't really do it. But hey, you showed up anyway, so that worked out. And obviously, I really like. It's always really nice talking with you. So yeah, very much thanks for showing up. It's been fun. Yeah, it's almost midnight, so I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna go here. I've been streaming for 3 hours now, so that's really long enough. I could stop now, but I don't really feel like stopping, especially because we just got into the palace. And this is kind of the thing I'm most curious about, is I want to see, like, the palace, because that's kind of the main thing about this game I'm interested in, is, like, just being able to explore new palaces. You know, that sounds, like, pretty cool. But I'm curious to see, like, what the design, what kind of designs they have. And if any of them are as good as the actual P5 palaces, but just having more palaces in general to explore is pretty neat. So I'd like to at least play a little bit of this before getting off, but... And we immediately go back! What? That's a tease. We go to the palace for like 5 seconds, and then we immediately leave?
お前作業台は持っているか。わしにはノウハウがある。先ほどのようイレギュラーな場所から内部に入るため潜入道具を作るノウハウ。
Alright, we haven't done that yet. Because, yeah, you can... Because obviously we saw in my room that yeah, I'm sure you can craft, like, lockpicks and all that stuff.
だが潜入ということはどこで調達できる。あら。今日はよく。
Oh, it's her again.
どうしたの？作業台？じゃあ四軒茶屋のリサイあそこ。
Oh, yeah, we haven't gone there yet.
行ったことある？
I know Sojiro is not in this game, unfortunately. LeBlanc is still there, or at least a LeBlanc equivalent in the same spot, but some, like, lady is running him now. So, rip Sojiro.
四茶ね。だからリサイクル。私は製氷機がある。でも結局は。不甲斐ない話で誠に申し訳ないが。 わしにこの女を止めることは。ああ、いけない。そろそろダーリン、今日も。
See, I don't know how much longer we're gonna keep going here. I mean, we could really go as long as I want. Nothing happening tomorrow. It matters. We could stream 5 more hours if we wanted to, or not, because that's crazy, but like...
それにしてもあの女を相手に一本いや四軒茶屋の
I do want to explore the palace, though. I want to at least be able to explore the palace a little bit. Like, for real. Yep, there's Takemi. So she's in this game.
着いたな。初めて来た。
It's the first time I've been here, but it feels familiar somehow. Yeah, I wonder why.
そうか。
I just realized that the owl is in the bag. I mean,
深く考えること。
I guess that makes sense. Because OG. I see another party member.
お茶の量り売りどこにもないです。
おっと、リサイクル。
Again, it's weird that we, like, rank up in, like, the overworld. That's, like, not how it works. Yeah, here's LeBlanc. And it's closed! Ah, damn. You can see a little 2D image of it in there. The showers, the laundromat, the bathhouse. It's all here. Just like it always is. Movie theater that was never open in the original game, I think. And, Sojiro's house. Hello from the shadows. We got something for doing that. An achievement. Yes, Sojiro's house right there. Well, why does it look a little different? Languid doctor. We can't even talk to her yet. Obviously, we will eventually. Doo-doo-doo.
こんにちは。ああ、なんだ。考えます。代わり。 といカンタは大きいからならはいこれありがとうじゃあ
作業台確保のめどがつ
You know, it's funny. I'm thinking about whether or not I'm going to end up streaming this again. I kind of want to, but we'll see.
来週の選考会の結果次第だよ。選考会に招集されるだけでもすごいって。
Wait a second. Does that say Boom Bang Burger? Boom Bang Burger?
それに比べて私なんか
They really couldn't have kept the name the same?
生きてるっていうか。
I mean, it's clearly the same location.
ねえ、元葉。久しぶりにキャッチ。もちろん無理じ。
I mentioned this earlier, but I'm not like I haven't really been paying attention to what the characters have been saying all that much. But there are a couple of things I've caught on to, like Arai's thing is like baseball. That's kind of like her thing, that at least she did at one point. And I know that's relevant to the character because I know her Showtime, again, it's not called Showtime, they're called something else, but her Showtime has that incorporated into it.
元葉の方は最近どう？何かいいことっていうか、急に不思議なことが起きて、それが気になってる。てか、ともここそ店入る前に話してた。お、枯渇の人なんだよね。さっきのリアクションでわかるよ。で、誰？私の知ってる人？もしかして好きとか？質問多すぎ。その元葉の後ろの
Up with
席
the
の
third degree.
私の後ろってことは、でもその好きってじゃああれだ。あんまりいい例えじゃない。小学生の頃、私があの選手に憧れてた時。そう。とりあえず情報出てきたら目で追っちゃう的な。目キラッキラさせて、心臓ドキドキさせてね。
I mentioned this earlier, but that like honestly really bothers me that they changed the iconic notification sound to like something that's way more subtle. They should have just kept it the same.
さっきの今でこんな調子って。ごめんね。選考会の話してたの。いいよ。どうせ暇だ。4茶のバッティングセンター。
3 hours and 11 minutes.
見ないかな。ね。
Oh yeah, the batting cages. Can we still do that?
もし
I mean, they wouldn't have brought it up if we couldn't do it.
おお。何？自分でもわかんないよ。はあ。どっかお出かけ？それ。ああ、気にしないで。そういうこと。ごめん。喉乾いちゃった。急に何言って。
Yeah, we all see what she's doing.
大丈夫。すぐ戻ってくるから。じゃ、ともこのことよろしく。元葉、遅いね。多分、私たちのジュースも選んでくれてるのかな。あ、元葉ね。すごく優しい子って意味でもあるんだけど、そのせいか自分のことはいつも後回しで。小学生の頃、凡人の私と違ってセンス抜群の元葉は野球の って言われてたの。実際本当にびっくりするほど野球が上手くて、投げ元葉はいずれ必ずプロになるってみんな思ってた。元葉自身もね、絶対プロになるんだって言って、私もその夢を聞くのが好きだった。でもあることをきっかけに責任を感じて、もちろんそれも元葉が悪いんじゃなくて、言ってみれば事故みたいなもので、あんなに好きだった野球をやめるの、高校に入るまでも。だからね、2人分の夢をやめちゃった元葉の分まで野球選手になって結果を残そうって。
Are we gonna get the I am thou, thou aren't I after this?
そしたら元葉も
It's
少しでも
actually well then again well hold on actually no we won't, and here's why we won't, because we haven't gotten one with Arai yet, and Arai came first, so no, we're not gonna get the confidant thing
元葉とまた2人で
for her yet.
でも元葉にはこの定期入れのストラップもね、私はピッチャーの元葉にボールを。
So I mentioned earlier how I wasn't really sure if the font was like was it the Strikers font or the Royal font? The more I've seen it, the more I'm gonna say no, it's the Royal font. It's the Royal font.
私にとっては
It's not the Strikers font. The Strikers font is very similar to the Royal font, but it's definitely different.
出しちゃった時は
This is the Royal font for sure.
お礼を言わせて。元葉が野球やめた時、
I do prefer the original vanilla font. The vanilla font was pretty good.
私に預けた。
I mean, this font's fine too, but it's not as unique.
また一緒に野球ができるようになったら。
Feels like a more generic font by comparison. It's probably one of the few things about Royal I would say that is worse than the regular game. Royal is mostly a clear upgrade from the original. And therefore, for the most part, there's really no reason to play Vanilla P5 other than just, you know, for the purists and for, you know, hey, I've played the original, you know, that kind of stuff. But if you're someone coming in for the first time, and it's like, do I play Vanilla or do I play Royal? Just play Royal. Like, with P4, people make, you know, P4 compared to Golden, most people would still say Golden, but there's definitely a minority of people that would say Vanilla P4 for one reason or another. Like the atmosphere or the difficulty. But with Royal, it's really just, you get a better opening cinematic, you get a better menu theme, and better main menu in general. I think the subway is better than just Shibuya, but whatever. And then the game is harder in the original, so there is that. And what was the other thing? What was the other thing? I literally just brought it up. That's the whole reason I brought this up. There was like one other thing, but all of the pros of Royal outweigh those like tiny cons, you know. I mean, I still think playing original P5 is worth it just to see what the vanilla experience is like. Like, I played Golden as my first Persona 4 game, but I do want to play the original PS2 version at some point.
ダメ。お待たせ。みんなの。じゃあ。
So if you want to know my kind of history with Persona, it's Vanilla P5, then Royal, then Strikers, then P4G, then Reload is the game I'm playing right now. And I intend to go back and play Vanilla P4 at some point, because I do want to see what that's like, see if I can feel all the differences, and of course be able to, you know, kind of appreciate, like, I know people talk about like how there's more fog and the visuals are a bit more like run down and whatnot, which makes Inaba feel more like what it's supposed to be or whatever. And I could totally see that. You know, I've seen the comparisons. And also just, to see what the, I don't know, just for the sake of, knowing what it's like to have played the original. Of course, I'm gonna play FES. Like, I'm gonna play FES for sure, and I'm gonna play the FemC route of Portable at some point as well. I intend to play, like, every game in the series that I haven't played, eventually, 100%. And that includes vanilla versions of games that maybe I've already played. Like again, I'm gonna play Vanilla P4 at some point. It's not gonna be the next playthrough I do, but probably the one after that. Like, after my PS5 playthrough of Golden, I will go back and play Vanilla P4, probably in an emulator at some point. And I do want to play Persona 1 and 2 at some point as well. Although that one's a little more complicated, because, like, which version do I play? Because there's the PS1 versions and there's the PSP versions. I'm not really sure what the consensus is on which ones are, like, the better experience. I know that, like, the soundtrack is different in the PSP versions, especially in, like, Persona 1 on PSP. Famously, there's A Lone Prayer, a song I do like, but I can see why people don't like it. Living by memory, it's just a lone prayer. Like, I don't remember all the lyrics, don't shoot me, but like, I like it, but it is kind of repetitive, and it's kind of a meme for how, like, you walk 2 steps in that game and immediately you just hear it. It's also a completely different sound signature to the original game, because the PSP versions of 1 and 2 try to make a soundtrack that's more in line with, like, Persona 3 and 4, which, to some people, kind of loses the original essence of what those games' soundtracks are supposed to be. Although I believe in those games there is an option to just have the original soundtrack. So, and of course, if not, I can always just mod it, because realistically, if I play those games, it's going to be on an emulator in one form or another, since you can't buy Persona 1 and 2 at all right now. You also can't buy FES. I think they should still do an FES port. I know Reload exists, and it has the answer through DLC, but still. But I still think that we should have FES. We should still have the original Persona 3 experience available on modern platforms. Not Portable, with its cut-down visual novel visuals, and not Reload, which is cool, but is obviously not quite the same thing as having the original game with the original look and everything, and the original cutscenes, the original voice acting. I know FES is not technically the original game, but it's basically the original game. Because unlike Golden and Royal, which adds new content to the main storyline, and therefore there is still some value in the vanilla versions from a story standpoint if you don't like the new additions. But with Persona 3 FES, they didn't do that. The answer isn't tacked on, isn't, like, stuffed into the main story. It's completely separate from it. The main story is completely untouched. So, there's no reason to play Vanilla P3 over FES. Like, at all. Like, literally at all. At least I never hear anyone say otherwise. Like, people will talk about Vanilla P4 over Golden, and even some people might talk about Vanilla P5 over Royal, but no one, I've seen absolutely no one in the last 5 or 6 years of me being into this franchise ever once say you should play Vanilla P3 over FES, because FES is literally just replaces the original in a way that, like, Golden and Royal don't do for their equivalents as much. Because there's no changes to the story in FES. It's the exact same story with no changes. They just added quality of life stuff. And then they added the answer as, like, a separate epilogue that's completely disconnected. Okay, a hook. Okay, we saw him use a hook. We saw a hook in that opening.
わしの言う通りにやっそうだ。ああ、そのパーツは重ねいいぞ。そいつが使い方潜入道。さてそろそろ
So yeah, lockpicks, of course. We also have some other things we can craft that have nothing to do with infiltration. Some seeds, I assume we can... So I'm guessing there's gardening in this game, like in actual P5 and in Golden. Great vegetables. Great vegetables. Man, all those memes, man, came rushing back when I rewatched those streams. They're such classics. They really are. Those lines are all... And what's funny is that half of those lines wouldn't be iconic if it wasn't for the dub. Like the, man, a watermelon. Like that, if you had just played it in Japanese, it wouldn't stand out at all. But when you hear the English, when you hear, I believe it's Troy Baker, is at least the now former voice of Kanji, because again, he's going to be replaced like everyone else. Yeah, man, a watermelon. And again, even that probably wouldn't be as big of a deal. You know, he didn't make as big much of a deal about it. All those memes, man. Like, the Persona 5 streams were good, but the Persona 4 ones were, like, comedy gold. You know, it's funny, because at the very beginning of them, he's like, if you're here because the Persona 5 streams were so good, I'm going to tell you right now, don't get your hopes up. This is going to be nowhere near as entertaining. But then it ended up being a lot more entertaining. You know, all that stuff that we're just gonna ignore. We are gonna ignore. See, this we're not buying squat. We're not buying squat in this game. We're gonna try and do as much of this game as we can without spending a cent. I haven't looked at this yet. Oh, so you can, like, display the different ones you have. Okay. Or something like that. Sure, why not? Okay, you can get different avatars. Well, that avatar of On looks weird. And you wanna know why it looks weird? It's because they pushed her hair inward so it would fit in the circle. Whereas, like, this Ryuji is just, like, that's just Ryuji. That's like just his P5 render, basically. Without any real changes. Oh yeah, here's something else I've noticed. Morgana's... That's the original P5 render. That's not his royal render. That's completely different. Then again, Straker has also reused it. Wait, Soulmate? That's what it's called? Oh, yeah. Is that what it's called when you... So that's the term for when you romance them, I assume, because they're all blushing. Okay. Was that always the case? Were they always called that, or was that just for this game? I don't think that was ever a term before. That's where there's no Yusuke or Makoto or Futaba. Kind of weird that they're not in there. See all the little, like... Yeah. I mean, obviously we're still pretty early on here, but so far I have felt absolutely no need whatsoever to buy anything. But we're also fairly early on, so maybe I'll hit some wall where the game, like, really is gonna, like, make you feel like you need to buy something. my hope is that this is more along the lines of something like Fortnite, where like you can buy stuff, but it really doesn't matter. That's my hope, but I have no idea. Obviously, we're still got a long ways to go. Kind of like, how do I select that one that's over there? There we go. Yeah, what's different about this? Assist? That's like the same thing as that. We'll figure out all this stuff at some point. Yeah, I kind of feel like I really should. I kind of feel like
あなた様期待はしておいてやろうか。あなた様はどのような人間なのか。
oh, so you can like, okay, so you can see like little thing. Okay. Wait, hold on, like, go back in this. So, synergy. This is the name for confidants in this game. There's synergies. So yeah, we got Owl, we got the Velvet Attendant. And then I can see, it won't let me scroll down any further, but you can see Arai, you can see that other girl we saw in Young and Jaya. And then you can see a couple other characters down there as well. Oh, hold on a second, I just realized something. Okay, that's kind of odd. So notice how there's like a female like symbol, but then for the owl, it's like a question mark. That's kind of funny, obviously, because it's like, well, what is he really? You know, he's an owl or whatever. Although, at least in the case of Morgana, it was very clear that he was a boy and not a girl, but maybe for this it's different. I don't know. I'm sure at some point that solidifies to like the male symbol whenever you get to the part in the game where like that becomes a thing. I don't know.
見たいという欲望というどう戦っていくか。お前の指針にも止めることはできぬ。わしを選んで正解だ。
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game I still need to figure out how exactly it works. For what it's worth, I'm enjoying it so far, although I'm not really taking the story all that seriously, because nothing has really happened yet. It's mostly just been us interacting with Arai and that one other girl, and then us going to the metaverse, and that's about it. It doesn't really feel like anything's happened yet, for the most part. Even though, obviously... Is that the first time we've seen that? I'm sure we've seen it before, but...
やるじゃないか。昨日の潜入道具作りで。
Hoo hoo. I just noticed that. That's neat. Hoo hoo.
学校に行く。ビジネスパートナーだと言っただろ。何か言いたそうだが、昨日の女たちと待ち合わせているのだ。
When are we gonna stop this stream, I wonder? I'm gonna say 1 is our cutoff. It's 12:20 a.m. here on the West Coast, so 40 minutes left at best. But I'd like to keep my sleep schedule, thank you very much, so... Yeah, and I'm thinking about streaming more of this tomorrow, but we'll see. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. I said this already, but there's so many anime cutscenes in this game. There's more anime cutscenes in this game than in, like, actual P5.
また消したのに。漫画通信ネットニュース出てる。
Come on, Wonder, step in.
ファントム公式認定ぶつかり男。または。ん？あ、木内。または。
Uh-oh.
Tamako?
わざとじゃないよ。わざとじゃ。
あ、ちょ。
Okay. Some escalation.
お友達線路に落ちたこの木
病院付き添いたいんです。
The thing, they're not gonna do this because I'm pretty sure is she a party member? Actually, wait, no, I don't think she is a party member, or is she? I don't know. At least all of the artwork I've seen of the party members, she's not one of them. So you know what she probably is? She is. So you know how I mentioned that, like, she's the on, like, Arai is the on of this game. She looks like Chie, but like, in terms of like what she's supposed to be the equivalent of, she's on. You wanna know who that other girl is? She's Shiho. She's the Shiho equivalent. So I was almost like, wait, let me guess. Watch there be like a subway car coming down the tracks right this minute, because they mentioned that he's like the subway slammer or whatever, like. And that would have obviously been, and like that would have been the equivalent of like that would have been the equivalent of like Shio jumping off the roof, but it would have been for her. I think that's still what this moment is supposed to be. I think this moment is supposed to be the like equivalent of Shiho jumping off the roof, but for Arai instead. Even though it's obviously not quite the same thing, but at least it's something different.
てか女の子が吹き飛ぶ。
But then why did they have that other girl jump off, like, at the beginning of the game? That, like, weird, like, ghostly, mysterious-looking girl. That's kind of, like, weird.
さっきの
ファントム。
あたまたま
この大衆化他者が被害に
ごめん。ちょっと。
I'm pretty sure that moment was supposed to be this game's equivalent, like, proper equivalent of, like,
頭ぐちゃぐちゃ。
Shiho jumping off the roof, but for this character. I'm, like, pretty sure that's what that was supposed to be. It's not
ともこに
quite as impactful as that, but it's something different. I'll give them that. They didn't do the same thing again, even though they literally did the same thing again at the very beginning for a completely unrandom character we know nothing about yet.
私木内って言って。
この女
何今の声。
Wait a second. So, okay, so I know I mentioned this like way earlier, but it's still kind of weird that like everyone can seemingly understand the owl, even though in actual P5 it was established that people could only understand Morgana if they went to the metaverse. But she hasn't been to the metaverse yet, and yet she can understand the owl, and also like Wonder could understand the owl even before he went to the metaverse. So that whole rule of like you have to be to the metaverse to understand the Morgana equivalent or whatever, like that doesn't apply in this game. You could just the owl can just talk and everyone can understand the owl, and there's no like actual explanation for it like there was with Morgana in P5.
ほう木内の件に加えて
Yeah, exactly. She can hear you even though she's not supposed to be able to hear you. At least on paper she shouldn't be able to.
カバンからさあ
外に付き添いは一人だけしか乗れないけど
I literally just said how like this moment is supposed to be the equivalent of Shiho jumping off the roof. Now this part is literally ripped right from that because they say we have an ambulance, only one person can go in, and on goes with Shiho. Take a wild guess what's about to happen right now. So yeah, this scene was supposed to be the equivalent. 100%, because they literally copy-pasted this last part of it.
一番宣伝者間もなく
お前も怪我をしたやつが心配だわしらは学校に行くぞ
Just to be clear, I'm not saying that any of that is really a problem. I'm just like pointing it out because I can't help but notice
どっ
it.
かのぶつかり男の仕業ってマジどうなんだろうつうか私もなんか帰ったら肩に
Be prepared for me to do that like every time this game does something that basically rips off regular P5. I'm gonna point it out. It's not a problem. I'm just gonna point it out though for the sake of pointing it out.
それ軽く事件じゃない意外とそこまではそれもそうだね
こやつらも取られている
だから私目の前で見たぶつかり男
ああでも
少カメラ
まあ
私
どっちみち現行犯じゃないと通勤ラッシュでぶつかり捕まえたとしてもわざとどの警察でも気の毒とは思うけどねそれっぽい見かけたら逃げる
Well, how much help that did.
なのって
Hey, we're gonna go and change his heart anyway or whatever, so don't worry about it.
この辺でホームルーム最後に今朝のこと
D 組の野毛さんのやつ私あの時
静かに駅のホーム
ぶつかり男が公式認定されてたじゃん
Did Kamoshida have a nickname? I don't think he had a nickname. This guy has a nickname, the Subway Slammer. I don't think Kamoshida had a nickname.
じゃあ今日のも
Not that I can remember, at least. I feel like if he had one, I would have remembered it.
野毛さん
Especially considering how memorable Kamoshida is, being the universally agreed upon by literally everyone best villain of Persona 5. By like a country mile, too.
そこじゃないでしょうよ 新井さん今日はてっきり例のことで
大丈夫です昼休み屋上で待ってる
But yeah, so far though, the whole thing about this game is basically alternate universe P5 where the same like story beats happen, but it's like different, but also clearly like kind of the same, is more or less panning out. It's obviously not exactly the same, but it's very clear they're following a similar kind of structure with some of these story beats. Because this game is kind of supposed to be like P5, but it's made for China or whatever. So yeah, that's one of the party members. I know he's a party member for sure.
ごめん昼休みともこね命に関わるとかは普通に会話 人ね。あの子野球部でなのに線路に落ちた時。
Just like how Shiha was on the volleyball team, right? She was on the volleyball team, I think is what Shiha was on. But in this game, it's the baseball team.
学校来る前に、あ、ごめん。君って。
お前見当違いだ。さっきのこの袋知り合い？君の名前呼んでたよね。
We're business partners. Nah.
ペット。
それを言うならビジネスパートナーだな。
Okay, never mind. So one thing I've noticed so far, so again, for as much as this, how this game is obviously very derivative of P5 in terms of how it does some things, here's one thing it hasn't done yet, at least. So the whole thing, this is one of those things I think people kind of rag on Morgana for a lot, is the whole, like, I am not a cat, that whole thing, right? And then in Royal, not in Vanilla P5 or Strikers, but in Vanilla, but in Royal, at like the very end of Royal, he does have a moment where he's like, hey, I'm not a cat. Actually, wait, I guess I am a cat. But it's only in Royal, in the third semester, that he admits to actually just being a cat. But then that's completely forgotten about in Strikers, which is probably one of the reasons, like, because people talk about, you know, is Strikers canon to, like, is it canon to Vanilla or Royal or both or whatever? And that's, like, one strike against it being canon to Royal. Or is, like, because, like, Strikers is canon. Strikers is a canon game. It's straight up, it's Persona 5 2. It's canon. But he does the whole I am not a cat thing in Strikers, even though it takes place after when Royal would take place. And in Royal, he admits to being a cat. So, I mean, that's a minor thing in the grand scheme of things, but it is one thing. But my point is, the owl doesn't do that. The owl does not do, I am not an owl. I am a human. For real, I swear. At least yet. I have yet to see him say that. Maybe he said that and I just haven't noticed it.
フクロウではなく、わしの名はルフェルだ。
Okay, hold on. Wait. They might legitimately... Okay, don't call me an owl.
お前との会話から。
He didn't say he wasn't an owl. He just said, don't call me one. So that's not quite the same thing.
荒井も。
では荒井元葉に共有し、木内はター
木内が
計画のためには
異世界、もしかして。
その通り。なるほどな。荒井元葉。お前奴が法で裁けないと知ってもなお諦めずその方法をもその上わしの
欲望の素養。
欲望を抱くことすら放棄。木内の改心。
配信。ちょっと待って。何？それに木内を。
荒井元葉。今一度問うぞ。お前は木内をどうしたいの？
どう？わかんないよ。
ではどうする？自らの欲望を突き詰めてか忠告しておこう。かような世界の人間は皆そうしているはず。
That's a bit harsh.
それって私に木内のこと見過ごせって。
Well, maybe harsh isn't the right word, but that's a bit much.
この子のことももちろんだし。
Just be like, hey, if you don't have a strong enough will, don't bother or something. I don't know.
駅のぶつかり男。今朝マガ通信でファントムにこれってつまり警察も動けない迷惑行為だから注意しろって意味。そうなったらみんなも放っておいたらこの先。もういい。
So are they gonna do... Okay, so again, with me harping on about how, like, they're kind of doing similar things, will they do the thing that they did in actual P5 where, like, An gets, like, sucked into the metaverse by accident?
ごめんね。
Are they gonna do that again? She'll get sucked in the next time we go to the palace, or we go to... If not the palace, then, like, Mementos?
言いたそうだな。
Yeah, that's something about the game that is different. The fact that you go to Mementos first. You don't go to Mementos until after. You go to Kamoshida's palace first. Then you go to Mementos after that. So, that's different. Maybe they wanted to do that so they can introduce you to, like, Joker? Who shows up in Mementos for seemingly no reason whatsoever. I think at this point we're just going to go until 1. Yeah, well, she's gonna awaken to her persona anyway, so. Uh-oh. That portrait looks weird. His portrait looks weird. It kind of looks like if, like, a fan made, like, a really good attempt at a P5 portrait. It doesn't quite look official. It's close, but it's, like, missing about 20%. It's like 80% of the way there. Whereas, like, that portrait is clearly official looking. Oh yeah, didn't they explain that earlier and I wasn't really paying attention? Like when we were talking with the other girl, like she mentioned some accident. I don't remember the details of it. I'll say this, I definitely want to take this guy down. Not as much as Kamoshida, but I definitely want to take him down more than, like, most of the other P5 villains, so I'll give him that. Come on, step in! Step in! There we go. That was a bit seamless. So, can we go back to the palace, finally? Because when we went to the palace last time, we were there for like 5 seconds, and then we went away. Like, I want to actually explore the palace. That's like the main reason I'm playing this game, is I want to explore the palaces. Okay, I'm so used to the controls in regular P5. All of the buttons do something different now half the time. Ooh, this is new. Like this music, I should say. I mean, this menu is different, but what the? Uh-oh. Oh, my controller died. Oh boy. Okay, so that's the palace. Because you can see the save points.
それにしても欲望をさ己のわしの想像の上を
Yeah, the treasure, we all know about this. For what it's worth, that was actually fine. When I know it's a meme, but...
ムカつくけどいろいろ言ってるけど何したいんだろう。憧れだったあの人が急に出てきて。
I was just what was I saying? I was just looking at some random thing. Never mind.
どこにもうさ。そうだ。
It is 12:43. I'm really hoping we can do at least a little bit of exploring. Okay, I have to say, having a premium and then premium plus pass feels weird. They're kind of like, it feels kind of odd. Now, is that like this game's equivalent of a battle pass? I assume. Which we're obviously not going to bother with, but... Okay. Can we finally do the palace, dang it? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the palace. More than anything else. And the gameplay, to an extent. Like, as in, like, the combat. Although, we haven't gotten the chance to do much of that either. So, there's the royal influence right there. Got the grappling hook, fully intact. It's kind of funny that the grappling hook first appeared in Smash before it appeared in Royal. I mean, obviously it was in Smash because they knew it was going to be in Royal. Like, it's a Royal, like, it was for Royal, but they put it in because... You get my point. Okay. Oh yeah, what's gonna be? Okay, What's this treasure gonna be? My guess right now, since this thing is baseball, it's gonna be a signed autographed baseball of one of his heroes or something. That's gonna be my guess as to what the treasure is gonna be.
今はな、お宝というここからこのパレスにある木内このも順それ
Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's
優勢だ。この機会を逃すなよ。
いただいている。
そのダウンは評価しよう。
So I mentioned earlier how there's a battle theme in this game that's basically a ripoff of one of the Strikers battle themes. This is the one I was talking about. I mean, just listen to it. I mean, it still sounds good, but it's clearly a ripoff. I wish the tutorial stuff wasn't in the way. And obviously that'll go away eventually, but it's just like let me play the game. Like I
貴重なもののようだ。いただいていこう。
Oh, I think I might blitz through that a little bit. Okay, yeah, that all makes, yeah.
なるほど。
Uh-oh. Okay.
So そうではない。
宝箱だわ。開けてみましょう。
いただいていこう。
ここは通れそうにない
Okay, that one's... Oh.
急いだ方。
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how do I do that in this game?
シャドウよ。気をつけて進み
There
ま
we
しょう。
go. Oh, yeah.
優勢だ。この機会を逃すなよ。
Let me just play the game! I know how to play Persona 5. You want me to tell me how to play it?
テルプシコレ。私を導いて。
Okay, wait, what?
そのダウンは評価しよう。
I think I might have clicked auto by accident.
あなた報いを受けよ。
捨てない。
理解したか。
Okay.
宝箱だわ。開けてみましょう。
いただいていこう。ワンダ。
宝
Okay. Okay, this is more like it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, what's up with that lag right there? Okay, hold on. I have. There we go. Okay, there. We go. Okay, okay. Now I think it's finally just letting me play the game. Whoops, I didn't mean the wrong character. Or whatever that worked out, I guess. I meant to swipe to this character. Here comes the judgment. It's weird how the UI is different. You think they would leave the UI alone? But they like changed it. And it's like weird. Wait, isn't this literally the character that did it in the original too? Wasn't it Pixie? There's another thing we can add to the list of things ripped off from P5. Again, I know it might sound like obvious to be like, wow, you're telling me that the P5 spin-off rips off P5? But what I mean, like it does it in a way where it's like really, really obvious if you've played the original, which I have 4 complete times. So again, I know P5 like the back of my hand. I can tell when the game is deliberately ripping it off. Okay, save room. I want to keep going. But it is almost 1 a.m. It's not like anyone else is watching right now anyway, probably at this point, but... I don't think we've saved at all the entire game. Unless this game has an autosave feature. Which I doubt, because none of the other Persona games have an autosave feature. At least, not that any of the ones I've played certainly don't. The potential, as Crystal would say. I like that they came up with a new original idea, like a new original like look for the Velvet Room. They didn't just recycle the prison. I like that they made like a new Velvet Room with a new attendant. That's neat. I wonder what the Velvet Room in 6 is gonna be like. I mentioned this earlier, how like I wonder what like the mascot character for 6 is gonna be, right? Because we've had, I mean, Koromaru's not a mascot, but we've had a dog, we've had Teddy, which is like a bear, even though he's not really a bear, but whatever. That's what his costume is, and of course Morgana is a cat. In this game, we have an owl. They'll probably deviate away from that concept, at least a little bit. Like, it's probably not going to be a real-world thing like with Morgana. I don't think they would do that again. But then again, Persona 6 kind of has to tread the line between carrying over as much stuff about P5 that people liked as possible without feeling like it's just copying it, you know? Persona 6 needs to stand on its own and feel like a unique entry and not just Persona 5 with like a different cast. Because guess what? We already have that. It's called this game. This game is literally Persona 5 but with a different cast. We don't need that for 6. 6 should definitely do something that makes it stand out, for sure. Obviously, it's a Persona game. It's going to have all the stuff people expect. It's going to have the combat system. It's going to have confidants or social links. There's social links in 3 and 4, but in Persona 5, they're confidants. You know, it's going to have all that stuff that makes Persona Persona, but it definitely needs to have a unique... It needs to have definitely things about it that makes it unique, for sure. Which I'm sure it will, because every Persona game has something about it that makes it stand out and makes it unique. Man, what's the timetable on that going to be? Again, I know I mentioned earlier, but like, you know, with Revival, right? With Revival being presumably 2026, 2027, you know, 6. We were just in the Velvet Room, though. Oh, for fusing. Okay. We haven't done that yet in this game. Or enhancements, I guess. We'll mess with that some other time. Wait. Cannot. Okay, that's kind of interesting. So you can... The palace is just a part of this map. It's like a part of the Mementos map, even though it's not in Mementos. It's kind of odd. But then, of course, we got the paths. You can even see the paths that are locked, which is kind of interesting. I just realized, how do I see my, not that, how do I see my, like, social stats? You know, knowledge and guts and all that stuff. Like, how do I see that in this game? Because it's in this game, because we got points up for proficiency earlier, so... all that stuff is in this game, I just don't know how you see it. Is it in here somewhere? Nah, I don't think this is it at all. This is other stuff. Ah, whatever. There's no option to save, though. But this is a save room. So, like... What? Does this game auto-save? Maybe it does. I genuinely don't know. Because there's no option to save in the save room. Okay, it says safe room. Okay, I'm an idiot. I forgot. It's not the save room, it's the safe room. But you can save in it. At least in the actual game you can. But again, I don't see any option to do that in this one, so I'm guessing it just auto-saves. Because I don't want to turn the game off and then I lose like a ton of progress because I didn't see an option to save. Okay, whatever. We'll just keep going. Oh, not that way. There is a room we can't go to yet. Again, I wish you could turn off the like the mobile game UI stuff to make it cleaner. But as far as I know, there's no way to do that. Okay, this is a strong shadow. But screw it, we're going for it. Okay, so they have this tied to buttons. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of it being like that. Wait, what? You're seeing this, right? His health is gone, but he's still alive. Okay, that was weird. He had no health, but he was still alive. Okay, another one of these. I wasn't really paying attention too much on the last one. What was it? Okay. Am I crazy, or is it just telling me the answer? Did it literally just tell me the answer? That's weird. It just put question marks over all the correct answers. Oh, whoops, I didn't do that the right way. But hey, we get to your last surprise, so... I guess it's not really a bad thing. I do like the new battle themes, though. You can never go wrong with last surprise. Especially because if you've played Royal, you'll be very used to hearing Takeover, because it's the only song you'll hear if you ambush them. You'll like never hear last surprise otherwise. I like Takeover, but I do think last surprise is more iconic. I mean, it is more iconic, obviously, but I do prefer it to Takeover, even if I still like Takeover. See it coming. Wait, what the? Why are there? Wait, why is there no sound effects? It didn't play any sound effects during that. It didn't play like the wind sound effect. That was weird. Hold on a second. I just realized something. Okay. Wait. Okay. Oh god, that cursor speed is really slow. Look how slow it is. Please tell me there's a way you can make that faster. So yeah, toggle cursor mode. That's what I just did. Okay. Yeah, I don't want that. See, I thought, wait, is that how I get rid of the thing? Not quite, I think. So maybe that's why they say partial controller support on the Steam page. Even though I've never really, even though it's worked just fine pretty much.
中身は何だ
Is like one of the good treasure chests.
いただいていこう
Gold ticket.
宝箱だわ。開けてみましょう。
いただいていこ
Wait, no, 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 this way, this way.
うシャドウだ
終わりだ
Yeah, this battle theme, the way it starts is pretty cool at least.
優勢だこの機会を逃すなよ
いただいていく
ダウンのチャンスだ
嫌なや
モンタ
つ。準備 OK よ。舞い踊れ。イデオ、ペルプシコレ、ペルソナデュオ。
抵抗は許さ
いきますよ。仮面の変態のくせに。
ぬご苦労行くか
We haven't had any like big expansive areas yet in this
なかな
palace.
かいいものが手に入ったわね。
なんと
It's mostly been these small corridors. Not that there aren't a lot of those in palaces anyway, but still.
準備はいいかしら。一気に行くわよ。
行くぞ気を抜くな
ペルソナいただいていく
退屈なんだけど。
モンタ
私の番ね。得意技見せてあげる。
So what's interesting is when you do that one more, you don't get to pick the other person's attack.
これで終わらせる
That's kind of odd. It just automatically picks whatever the enemy is weak to. Which, I mean, is what you're gonna do anyway, but I'd like to be able to pick. You know, I never do automated stuff in these games. I know you can, but I want to be able to pick every single move I can. I liked being in complete control of what happens. Yeah, no, that's not gonna be any good. I was just, oh, whatever. I just wanted to see if there was an option that had anything to do with why it was automated, or if it's just like that by default. I don't know.
行くよ。
これでどうだ
いいダウンだ
You never see it. Oh, wrong character, wrong character. I meant to do the other character.
イデオ、ペルプシコレ、ペルソナデュオ。華麗に見せるわよ。
これで終わらせる
フィニッシュ行くわよ。 宝箱だわ。開けて何が入って
It's
る
1:11 and we're still going.
いただいていこう
Again, not like I got anything to do tomorrow, but... Okay, 2 really is gonna be it.
セーフルームがある
Like genuinely, like will actually genuinely for real be the furthest we go.
ここなら安心して休める。
We also heal, seemingly, which is kind of neat, I guess.
積みかさて何かご用？出発に積み。私やる。
俺に困ったことが
もう兄様お任せください。
息抜きには
待ちくたびれた。
背中の赤い帯リドルいろんなことが知り
状況
我が輩が怪盗の心得を教えてやろう。
さて
怪盗
俺の力が借りつ
華麗に決めたげる。
ちょ
かとおかやに
冗談
みんな準備はいい？
I'm very tempted to look up if the game has autosave, because I feel like in that, I mean, I kind of want to keep going, but at the same time, I also don't. Yeah, it's like, how far are we? So that's all we've done so far, it's just that. Then we have at least 2 more safe rooms on this level. Okay.
次は
さ見たいという
私ならできるわ。
出
次は
みんな準備はいい？行くわよ。
Okay, so this is more like it, like a more bigger room. Okay.
木内は野球選手だったのか。ところでこの先はどうやって？
What did I say earlier? To be fair, she came here on her own. We saw that she came here on her own, so that's not exactly the same.
あら妹は。
どうなってるの？私
そうか。異世界ナビを使ったな。
異世界。
There we go. I was gonna say, wait, how come she hasn't freaked out about the talking, walking owl mascot? We haven't had. They literally call it out. Okay, I do like that they call it out. Some sort. What are you? What are we? Some kind of mascot? It's a bit of a. Man, how many times have people made that reference? It's like the one thing from that movie people still talk about. It's the. Well, what are we? Some kind of blank squad? It's like, oh, everyone references them.
あんたも何？あれ？どういうことなの？変な窮地のつ。
ここは木内のパレ。
What's a palace?
はあ。このシャドウに襲われたら、ま。
Or we're gonna get ambushed. Yeah. We're gonna get ambushed. We're gonna get caught, and then she's gonna do. Yeah, we are not leaving here
木内に関する知識。
until she awakens for sure. I'm not saying I'm gonna leave. I'm saying the game is not going to let you leave until that happens. Although obviously I do want her to awaken, obviously.
宝箱だわ。開けてみましょう。
いただいていこう。
I don't know if this is just some generic palace theme. It doesn't feel like it's really a theme. Like the music that's playing, it doesn't feel like a theme. It just kind of feels like generic music, if that makes any sense. Like this feels like the kind of music that'd be playing like during this, like right now, like the music that plays during like normal conversations. That's what it sounds like. It doesn't really sound like a theme for like a palace. Maybe we'll get one later. I don't know.
今のって。
I mean, to be fair, Kamoshida's palace had 2 themes. I mean, they were both versions of the same thing, but you know, the Kamoshida's theme is pretty iconic. You know, do 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 do. That's all it is, but it's really iconic. I wouldn't say it's the best Palace theme, but it's definitely up there. It's definitely probably the most iconic outside of Whims of Fate. But Whims of Fate is kind of cheating because it has Lyn in it. Okay, hold on, I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, this is some picture from his youth, I assume. That's what we were looking at. Wait, she's in that picture? I wasn't paying attention to the picture. I know she... Oh. Oh, I like how his outfit has, like, the baseball stitchings on it. That's a neat little detail. There we go. So, now that's... Oh, so wait, it said something about a slide. Oh, let me guess. So that's why earlier when she slid on the ground and grabbed her phone, that's where that comes from. Okay. Maybe I'm not, I didn't see anything wrong with that video? Was I not, did I not pay attention enough? Like, I didn't really see anything that was wrong in that video. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I was like, because I didn't see anything overtly wrong with that video. That was like, oh, okay. Because again, maybe I probably wasn't paying attention enough. But whatever, the game explains it to you anyway. Okay. Let me guess, he gets kicked off his team or something?
ちうちのグループお得意先からも木内くんのメジャー行きに。はあ、それは分かってるんで。なんかそんなんだから小学生の女の子なんかに撃たれちゃ木内小学生に撃ち込まれ悔しかったな。挽回してみる。失礼し木内。はい。
奴が昔スラッ
What the?
木内選手小スランプなんだって笑いのことだよ。マジ？俺らの野球教室で怪我してたらしい。木内選手のスランプ新井のせいじゃん。
Okay, that cry we just heard, that was definitely the other girl whose name I can't remember. What? Wait a second, I just realized something. If the game heals you every time you go to a save room, then why would you, like, ever need healing items? Like, there's gotta be something about that I'm missing. There's no way the game literally just heals you completely, SP and all, every time you go to a save room. That doesn't make any sense, especially for a game like this, with its free-to-play gacha nature. That's like the exact opposite of what you would expect them to do. There's gotta be something more to that I'm missing. There we go, a bit more of this kind of stuff. That's more like it. See, look, it just healed me again. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why does the game just heal you? Of all the games, this is the one that shouldn't be doing that. I mean, I'm glad it's doing it, but like, it doesn't make sense. It almost feels like it goes against the game. Okay, again, here's another thing you can add to the list. They have her tied up in the exact same way they tied up On. There we are. I was gonna say, when are they
やはり
gonna
捉えられていた
bust in the air?
もう洗い元かの知り合いか潜入者
まさかあれはシャドウとは人間のそれより今
お前らそこでこいつにけじめ取らせたらか
いた
聞くもん
人質ということか
逆らったら即この女ここはそれが許されるさあ土下座だならお前のせいで俺は
It's time for the moment.
あの時お前が俺のボールを打った
このままじゃあの女
Come on, waiting for the voice. Waiting for the voice that says, "Are you sure about?" Like literally, like basically, like, "Are you sure that's how you really feel?" Do 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 do. Come on. Any second now.
その通りその女夢という名の欲望を見人間が生きそれは少なからずだがお前はただ誰かのせいそして今
バカ言ってんじゃねえこいつが
ずっと抱いちゃいけないと思って私のせいで木内がこんな私が生きていいわけない野球の夢も
いいかたまらねえ
ち
おい洗い元それともお前あのガキく
Ooh, he pushed the button.
それ智子のこと
Oh boy, here we go. Here's the moment.
野毛智子は私の親友リトルでバッテリーを組んで私が野球選手になること私は今思えば悲劇の皮皮だけ取り繕って空振でも智子は自分で選ぶこともできずにあんたにあんただって知ってるはずです夢を諦めることだ
偉そうにお前もあのガキも俺の人生を潰したお前ら女どもはな全員この気
そうや
Here we go.
あんたは自分を捨て続けるんだね
思った通り
私はもう捨てない
The rendering in this doesn't look quite right.
思い出したように
There it is.
あなた自身が暗い海の底に放棄したのね夢への後悔輝く意志離れた自分だけど捨てたなら拾えばいい奪われたなら取り返せばいいさあ新たな命の船出を飾りましょう我は汝汝は我
何見とれてるんだ早く次の弾ぶっ放すんだよお前ら一体こだ俺の分まで侵入者どもをしごいてやれよいいな
火打ちぶっ飛ばして智子の敵を撃つこの力があればどっちもできる
加勢するぞ
行くよアルビルダフライファー準備はいいか
Again, that delay there. There's been a couple of those delays. This is on SSD, by the way, so it's not that. Not that that should matter anyway, because Persona 5 on the PS4 with its 5400 RPM hard drive didn't have that issue, so that's just the game being the game for some reason.
気を抜くな。
Uh-oh. Max action's 80. So the matches have a limit to how much you could... That's interesting. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. What the... Yeah, this menu, the buttons at the top are screwing me up. I really wish you could turn those off. I'm like doing things I'm not meaning to do because of that. Because this game and its dang mobile-first UI getting in the way.
甘く見ないで
Yeah, it's like missing sound effects. It's weird that's missing sound effects.
メルシーイデオペルプシコレペルソナデュオ
ハイライト使用可能だ。
アルビルダは
さ
変わらない
誰に任せる？
ペルソナ
Oh, we didn't knock him down, though.
私らのとっておき
いいダウンだ。
これが本当の全員野球
これで終わらせる。 ロブロイ舞うぞロブロイわしのペルソナどうだ聞くだろペルソナ受けてみろお迎えな
踊れペルプシコレペルソナデュオ凍りなさい終わらせよアルビルダペルソナ
値千金の一撃大したものだな
I was gonna say, what's this? Wait, what?
ペルプシコレ私を導いてもう一度あの頂へ
Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. So that's how you do the highlight, and you can like pick what member from there. Okay.
ロブロイわしのペルソナ
Again, I wish they had just kept the UI exactly the same as it was in actual P5. It would have been better. Instead of having it be this complicated new one where where there's like a bunch more buttons for stuff. But I'll get used to it in time.
受けてみなさい
当然の結果だ
いい汗かいた 終わったね
Again, the exact same thing that On did.
ペルソナを覚醒させた。
ペルソナ、さっきの私が。
その欲望。
I also believe, now the one other thing I know is I believe, in terms of like the palaces and stuff, is I believe the second palace ruler is also an artist, like Madarame was. So does that mean the third one's gonna be another bank thing? Like, I have no idea. But honestly, with how this is going, now I will say this: the enemy, I forget his name, but like the Kamoshida equivalent guy we're fighting against, he's not Kamoshida 2.0 literally. Like, it's not exactly the same. It's similar, but it's not exactly the same. I will give it that. Like, one, instead of the volleyball team, it's baseball. But even beyond that, like, there's not like the harassment stuff that there was with Kamoshida. At least not yet. Now, maybe we'll find that out later on, but at least as of right now, it's really just the baseball stuff, and he's pushing people on the subway. But there's no harassment stuff yet. Maybe we'll get that eventually. I wouldn't be surprised, but I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that yet, though.
Isekai 飲み込みが早いじゃないか。異世界に迷い込んでいた時は相当に動揺していたのか。
動揺っていうか、ほんと。
Oh, I just realized that that other girl is sitting back there, who's like, probably not a party member, but like a, well, no, not. It's like there's a difference between a party member and like a playable character. She's a playable character. I know she's a playable character, but I don't think she's a party member. There's a difference in this kind of game. Also, I just realized that like Arai's like portrait is kind of like JPEG-y right now for some reason. But then like the owls is not like that, so it's kind of weird.
あの場所が木内の欲望に関係してるって言われてしっくりきたっていうか。
木内のこと。 今なら
もういろいろ察してるとは。木内武之は何年か前まではバリバリの現役でメジャーでも活躍間違いないっていう。私も昔野球やってて。やっぱそこ触れるべき？シャドウの姿。
まあ奇抜というか欲望をむき出しにした姿というかな。 メメントスには木内以外にも人間のシャドウは存在しているのだ。パレスという独自の牙城を持ち、あそこまで欲望に染まったシャドウの姿はわしもだからこそ奴を改心させ。
昼休みにも話してたけど、改心お宝を盗むんだよ。
お前にも共有していなかったな。まず歪んだ欲望が消える。
And we're gonna get a school meeting that he's gonna confess in the exact same way that Kamoshida did, right?
今までの罪。そっか。ただ 奴に奪われた人間の欲望を友子とかいう人
全部を奪い返せるわけじゃないんだね。てか早く窮地を改心させないと。
落ち着け。おそらくパレスで現実世界でも決起ゆえに今そっか
心は
I just realized something. This entire time, we have yet to have a time where we just, like, do the social stuff. That's in this game, right? The social stuff? Because we have rank ups. We have yet to have a, hey, Wonder, go walk around the world and, like, do social links and work at the fast food place or whatever. Like, we haven't had time to do any of that yet. Which I assume is in this game, right? It'd be weird for a Persona game to, well, at least a Persona game that's attempting to be one of the mainline games. Like, obviously, like this is a spin-off, but it's really more of a, like, alternate universe Persona 5 more than anything. It'd be really weird for it to not have the very famous social sim aspect of the series.
窮地自身に問題にしてもらう。現実からじゃけど。
実力があって意欲がある。そうと決まれば
元派でいいよ。堅苦しいし。私もこれから君のこと下の名前で呼ぶね。
ところで異世界で仕事をしているあ
本格的だね。
わしはキャトル、こいつはワンダーだ。
二人とも不思議な感じの。私が不思議に思ってること。
I don't know if I'd say cattle is a fantastical vibe. It's also kind of weird because, like, it makes it sound like he's a cow, but he's obviously not a cow. He's not even remotely related to one, but whatever.
クローザーってどうかな。野球のストッパーとも呼ばれたりして。
Yeah, I was wondering because I knew that that was her code name already. I was kind of like wondering like what the context behind that was.
それにほら、
いいんじゃないか。
そうだ、連絡先交換しておく。これでよし、結構いい。
わしらも
新井元葉、コードネームクローザー、よろしく。
See, look, look, we're in the regular overworld. And we can actually walk around and stuff. Isn't that a concept? Ooh, that's different. You couldn't do this before. You couldn't just walk around like this. Well, you couldn't strikers, obviously, during that one section, but like in like regular P5, you can't. Normally you get up to this part and then you have to teleport over to like over here, right? You don't get to actually walk to this place. That's kind of cool. So here we are in Central Street and it's the same as ever. We got the beef bowl place. We got the DVD shop. All that stuff is still here. Completely as it was. Not that that's really surprising or anything. But still. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what? Okay. So you can just teleport to the metaverse whenever you want, and it doesn't take away days. Is there even a calendar system in this game? I actually don't know if there is. What? What? It didn't give me a choice. What? Okay. I mean, I'll do it, but like, I didn't mean to do it. Wait, it did say tap screen to open it. Mobile game origins. Hey, look. Can I go in? No? Really? I can't go in. That's unfortunate. So EY's shop is still here, but you can't go inside it, even though I can see an option on the minimap, I think, for it. So maybe, like, at some point you can go in there? Hopefully you can. Hey, look! A new area that wasn't in either of the originals. That's neat. Okay. This street is long. You can go all the way down here. Huh. Oh, this is where our house is. Okay. Oh, here's this, finally. I'm surprised we haven't had this already. At least these sound effects are the same. Oh, wait a second. I think we're gonna go to EY's shop. Yeah. We're going to EY's shop. We're going to EY's shop. That's 100% where we're going. Unlocked friends. What the? There's a chat? Is that like a real chat? Or is that like how it is in the original game where there's like, you know, the fake like chat that you see on the loading screens and stuff? There's no calendar system in this game. Because if there was, we would have just moved to the next day. There's no calendar system. I mean, that's fine. But like there's no calendar system. Which explains why they let you go to the metaverse whenever you want, because there's no time. The time system, the famous time system that the series is known for, is not in this game. That's fine, but I'm just saying that that's something that is missing. Is almost 2. There he is, music and everything.
そういうこと。
あ、いや、模造刀でもつまりたとえモデルガンマジ
Is he gonna say the exact same dialogue?
ルアイそうすぎる。こういうところ初めてなんだ。お小遣い。
戦術の幅を広げるなら飛び道具だろうな。
飛び道具。
Uh-oh.
何？
お前らミリタリーマニアっては特にそっちの長女。
翔ちゃん。
うちの商品使ってどこぞで悪さしようって。
まずいよ。
入る前に言ってほしい。
Ah, but he's cool though. We know he's cool.
質問するぞ。このご時世に窓を。
That was a little weird, him locking the door. He never did that in the original.
つもりはねえが人様にぶっ放してくれなけりゃそれでいい。
ひどい。
まったく長女に呼ばわりして悪かったな。
Tutorial coin. Oh wow, they just straight up call it. Okay, that's kind of funny. In this gotcha, not even subtle about that, this 4-star weapon crime is guaranteed. So that's why they call it tutorial coin, because it's like a free weapon, basically. Oh yeah, this has definitely got... Yep. That's the first time in the game where like the gotcha stuff has actually been apparent. It's taken us this long to see it, which is a good thing, I would say.
妙な冠し枝こいでうちまだこい。状態はいい時だ。これにしよう。これだ。次は
ワル出発に向けて。
Okay, I'm confused. It's like, I already grabbed... Wait, what? The Velvet Room thing is a Jack Frost icon. That's neat. Oh, we're back. Oh, hold on. Wait, go back. Yeah. Okay, we saw that. Okay. Again, like I said, we're gonna try and... But my plan is that we're gonna go through this without spending a cent. And I think we'll be able to do that, because up until this point, it hasn't really come into play at all.
私らが怪盗なんだしさ。
怪盗団か。
なんならさ、団長
わしも色リーダー
ってことで。ほほ、熱いね。嫌いじゃないよ、そういうの。
この怪盗団ならわしの目的も。
ところで。わかった。さっきもらっ
さてリーダー、お前のこれまでではまず最初
Yeah, your parents that we never... Yeah, we do, we do.
機会だ
Dojima would kill for a home like that.
権力増そうだこのまずは
Yeah, look, now we can... Yeah, see, now we can do all this stuff. Now we can do the stuff the series is famous for. But that is going to need to be saved for another time, because as you can literally see right here is 1:57. That's the real actual time in the real world.
死体はコンシェルジュをお前のために時間を割いてやる
I think it just auto saves. I think it just auto saves. Although that might be because it's an online game, technically, so maybe I shouldn't be that surprised. I think the game auto-saves. I think I can just back out and it'll be fine. We're gonna check, though, just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure we're fine. Well, hold on, where's my mouse? Why don't I see it? Sorry about that. I'm trying to get it to, like... Oh, I see. It's one of those things with the... Okay. I was like, what the heck? Is like, okay. It's the thing where, like, the mouse cursor doesn't want to show up, but it's still... Okay. Some weird thing. Okay, so yes, it auto saves. It auto saves. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's a good amount of time for now. This stream went on a lot longer than I anticipated. I know I've said that a decent amount of times in the past, but still. This stream went on for a good 5 hours. I don't regret it. It was a lot of fun talking to Valentine Buster when he was here especially, but yeah. So I guess, I don't know, thoughts on the game? I know I've said it a bunch of times at this point, it's very derivative. It is very derivative of regular Persona 5. It's basically the Persona 5 story-ish, but with a completely different cast of characters. But it's still fun, though, obviously. But think of it as alternate universe Persona 5. That's pretty much what it is. It's alternate universe Persona 5. But it's fun, though. And, I mean, it's free, so what's the harm in it? Now, again, maybe later on, the gacha stuff really gets... Maybe then it becomes a problem. But at least so far, it hasn't mattered, like, at all. So, take that for what you will. We'll see. Obviously, I'm going to be playing a whole lot more of this game. Will I stream more of it, though? Maybe. We'll see. I'm thinking I might stream it on Twitch, not really YouTube. I don't know why, I just kind of feel like it'd be a better fit for Twitch for some reason. I also don't want to crowd up my, like, live thing into my notifications with, like, a stream every other day. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I might do at least one more stream for this, but I'm also thinking I might, like, get further in the game before I stream it again, you know? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But, I mean, I'm liking it so far. It's definitely got its flaws, but I am enjoying it. So, take that for what it's worth. It's free, so if you like P5, I'd say give it a shot. What's the harm in it? And yeah, that's basically it. So again, thank you, Valentine Buster, who left a long time ago, but thank you for him for being here. Thank you, Antonio, for being here earlier as well. And of course, thank you to anyone and everyone that may have showed up at some point and just didn't say anything or is watching this after the fact. So yeah, so what's next? What's next? Well, like I said, I might, keyword might, do another stream for this game. Otherwise, though, I feel like a Smash stream is a bit overdue at this point. Well, maybe not overdue, but I feel like it's probably it actually hasn't been that long. It's been over a month, but honestly, at this point, I really think I'm gonna just wait until the patch comes out, the inevitable patch or upgrade, because that's kind of the thing I'm waiting on before I play that game again. But yeah, otherwise, you know, obviously, if we get a direct, we'll do that. And there are some discussion videos I still want to do. There's even some Persona ones I'm thinking of doing as well, but we'll see when we get there. So again, thank you all for watching. And with that being said, this is Logan59XP, and I'll see you guys next time.